So here's the thing. I was trying to, I don't know what it is. My app tends to lose objects. just just does. It just doesn't want to. I don't know where they go. They're not on the screen. They're nowhere to be seen. I have no way to actually force them to reappear. So it's really frustrating. Like right now, I don't have a chat. Yep, the Restream chat I have is off the screen in Timbuktu, and I have no way to call it back into my screen here. I don't know where or how I'm supposed to put it back on the screen. Let's see if I can, maybe if I reset all my docs. Sure. Does that put anything back? No. All right here. I think that got it back. Although I did shut off all my crap. Doesn't do me good if it's just going to reset. It's going to screw everything up, but I guess that's better than nothing. Maybe. Of course, now it's not loading my chat. So streaming live is really fun. It just doesn't, I don't know what is going on here. Why I can't get things like my chat to load up correctly. There it goes. Okay. I think I got it. Things are sort of in a way kind of coming back to me. Um, I do have a lot of bits and parts that aren't fully loaded, but we will just make do with what we have here. So, okay. Assuming everything is now up and running and everything is doing what I expected to do, I am working on the game plan. Gameplan's functionality is something you probably saw early in my development many months ago, where I got it working in the web version of the app. But now I decided, well, I've got my playbook kind of loading up in here. It's loading my plays kind of cool. Now I need to get the actual game plan loading up in here. There's a couple of key elements that I still need to get working. Obviously, I want to get the simulator going, which is kind of what I've been doing, trying to get the skills built. And then I need to create a flow that takes all of my imported players and turns them into game players. The difference is they're going to have base skills and all their base settings that every other player is based off of. So when you have players that add to your team, they're going to come from the base players, right? But in time, they're going to develop and move and expand and change according to what the base set of players is. So I've been trying to think of the most efficient way to do that. And now, performance-wise, creating copies of all the players would probably be best. But there's a problem with creating copies because if I ever need to rebalance players, it becomes kind of a thing, right? So you got to regenerate all the players everybody has. You got to turn all their base players back, reset everybody's base players so that all of their modifications and everything that they've got experience and advancements in those players can be applied to the new base. The other option is all everybody's players are is just modifications of the original players. You have these players, you have reference to these players, these are the players, and then whenever a player's skills or whatever are referenced, it references their modifications and adds it to the base. So this way, if I ever reset, I just reset the base. Everybody's just fixed, one big fix. Shouldn't be a problem. I mean, what I'll probably need to do is like load up everybody's modified skill set into the game so that when I'm running these plays, they exist already as a temporary modified state. Um, and then I just keep the modifications, which I think is probably the most efficient. It just means you're building stuff at least once at the beginning of a game for the sole purpose. Sorry, hold on. Okay. I was adjusting for my drink situation. Okay, so I got to try to get as much done as I can. I'm going to keep my individual streams down. 1 hour segments is the goal. So we're going to try to see if I can get this game plan at least progressed. And maybe there'll be a second segment. I don't know. But for now, I'm doing 1 hour segments. Honestly, I'd like to do 20-minute segments. So we'll see what I can accomplish in a 20-minute segment. All right. So I tried to work with I'm working with Bezier and Gemini. Yes, I'm working with both. I have Bezier in. It's a trial state. I don't know if I'm going to stick with it or not. But Bezier supposedly works with Unity. It's a Unity add-in that gives your Unity the a built-in AI. Problem is, I'm not sure how much different that is from just adding AI to my Visual Studio, because it's kind of the same thing, because Visual Studio has AI on it. Plus, if you put your C# application into Visual Studio Code, again, it's just you can use any AI with Visual Studio Code's version of it, as long as as long as it understands that it's a Unity project, it works the same. I was hoping that Bezier was more than just code AI. It doesn't look like it is. It can see your objects and your assets, but so what? If you put it in VS Code, all of them can do that. If you put it in Visual Studio, whatever, Copilot, whatever you're putting in there can do it. So I'm not sure of the advantage of Bezier, but we'll talk about that later. But I'm giving it a go, and this is Bezier here. It's basically just an AI. It does an ask. I'm not sure what agent can do. I haven't tried to see if agent can do this. Let's see what agent can do. Let's see what agent does. Enable agent. Agent mode lets Bezier automatically create modifier code. Code changes will apply by default and can be removed by rejecting changes. The feature is still in beta, so it might occasionally make mistakes. You can always switch back to ask mode if you prefer. See, it's creating scripts, but I don't know if agent mode can actually work with your UI. So, do I try it? Do I care? I feel like... All right, let's see what this does. Because it has this stuff, right? Where it tells you what it did. Let's see. Script that handles all 10 comments, including the 2. To implement this solution, update the game situation improve had to include, okay. So I was doing ask mode, so it wasn't actually running. I honestly like ask mode because I don't like when code blows all my stuff up. It's like, is it worth it? Is it worth the risk? Let's see. First, let's create an enhanced game situation row CS script that handles all 10 columns, including 10. So let's go see what this does. This is what it created for my game situation row class. Helper methods for formatting display text. Return down switch, first, second, third, fourth, any. Any? I didn't even know you could do what would be an any? Is that like you would just always... No, there's no any. It's first through fourth. I mean, yeah, any I guess would be none, I suppose. I guess that would be like if you don't put it down. But I think down is the one required field. You have to have a down. You have to tell what down are you talking about. Because honestly, in a game situation, when do you not treat fourth down different from any other down? I mean, every time it's a case specific thing, right? You might late in the game do fourth down you're going for it. But all other times, I mean, all other times, so you can't say any, right? Because any is not fourth down. It's any down. So when is fourth down not different? I don't think there's ever a time when fourth down is not different. I mean, yeah, there's times when you do something and times when you don't. I guess you could always say any on the last 2 minutes. If you're behind by 20 points, you're throwing on every down. Who cares? But even then, if you're close to the end zone, you might want somebody to try to throw in a run. You might try some stuff if you've got 30 seconds left versus a minute. So right now, I don't have I probably should put in some code for some options for less than a minute. I mean, I guess you could say less than a minute. So, but again, it's like, what you do at 50 seconds might be different from what you do with 10 seconds, right? So I need to probably have some, last minimum time for a run play or minimum time for a pass play. You might never want to do, if you're behind, you may never want to do a run play when there's less than 20 seconds left. And then, just no matter what, you say minimum time for a run play or minimum time for a pass play. Pass play, you might go, all right, let's try 14 seconds. But even then, you got to have the AI be smart enough to, pass to the sidelines or whatever. You may have to pick certain types of plays that you only run at those times because they're all going to be outs, something like that. So there's a lot of things to consider, but right now, again, I'm not going to have an all, but I think it's just putting in the switch just in case I do something weird, like I decide to have, I don't even know how that's ever going to be a thing. I don't think there's ever going to be an all, but I do think, let's go see what the current, what is the name of this class? Game situation row. Let's go see what, it says an enhanced game situation row. So does that mean we have, now, this is what Bezzy came up with. So we have game situation row. Let's see what this does. So this is all this does. It just configures these items, but yet configure game situation. This is the text objects getting set. Header game card prefab reference. Situation operator. Minutes left in half text, minutes left in game text. Get time text. I think I'm going to have to do something that's special. I didn't even think about it. I haven't even thought about that last 20 seconds. When do you kick the field goal instead of just drive? I like the idea of a game being smart enough that it hurries at the end of the game. A lot of games aren't smart enough for that. Simulations are often not smart enough to try to determine what to do with 15 seconds left or 10 seconds left. Does it try for a field goal? Does it? Because you watch a lot of, I've seen a Big Win Football was one of my favorite examples of a good sim, but it just ran through the clock. It just, it didn't care. If it had an opportunity to score at the end, it would, but it didn't like do things different. It might have called, I think it did call timeouts at best, but it ran plays normally all the way to the end. And sometimes that meant running out of time. And it ran the clock super fast. So 2 minutes in that game was like 30 seconds tops. It'd be like, it wouldn't even be that, I mean, it'd be quick. And you'd run a play and it would just burn through a minute and a half, and then you'd run another play and it came over. So yeah, it didn't manage clock that well at the end. And I think most games are probably not that great simulation wise at knowing how long to push it before it makes a decision to bail on a drive and just kick a field goal or punt or whatever based on time. If you're trailing or how far, you want to be able to tell the game, hey, in this situation, kick the field goal or do whatever, if I'm down by 3. Anyway, okay, so let's keep moving on here. I'm just trying to decide if I want to ensure proper sizing for compact display. Game card set compact mode true. Okay, so it is using my game card. Configure the card for compact display game card instance get component game card. Ensure proper sizing for compact display. Helper methods for formatting display text. Let's see here. So we got to get game card, but oh wait, we do have the play ID. All right, so let's configure for play. All right, create compact game card, transform. All right, let's take this and let's see what it does. Now, did it at least be smart enough and keep my serialization in? I've got to be careful that I'm not like wiping stuff out and giving myself more work. Should keep my serializations in. Yes, all right, so I have columns, but I got to set the values to. But I don't actually have those columns yet. So I'm going to have to add all that stuff in. All right, that's fine. All right, first of all, let's go ahead and go add my columns into here. Let's go look at what Bezier says for adding these columns. It says 8 TextMesh Pro GUI components for the first 8 columns, 2 empty transform containers for the game card slots. Transform containers, okay. So update the game situation row prefab. So I got to create a game situation row prefab. I don't think it can do that part. I'm curious if it can do. I really want to try to see if this Bezier can actually create anything. Because I was doing ask before, and I'm not sure that. Right put there, but and you go ahead and implement step 2 and 3. I just want to see what Bezier can do. I don't think it can create prefabs. It would be cool if it could, because that's actually UI related, right? It's creating objects. But that was the whole point for me to use Bezier. Honestly, like I said, I don't think it's doing anything that's all that different from any other UI, AI agent. If it can't do UI related updates, then why not just use Cursor, Windsurf, Gemini, whatever in your VS Code and just have it update the code? Claude Code. I mean, all of them can do Unity stuff, but they can only edit code. They can't edit UI, which means I have to go in here and create all the objects and place them in places and set them up. I tend to believe this is not going to be able to do it, so we're going to find out. Let's see what it. I like this because it'll show me what it's doing here. Let's see. So we're going to game situation display. Scroll viewport. game card prefab, which we're creating. UI, game plan, UI manager. Okay. What else we got here? We're going to create the start object, which is going to go dealing with the heights and stuff. I may have to overwrite some of this, but I want to see how it goes. Current unit filter, update UI to show active filter. How is that? Why is it changing that? Only refresh display update is loaded. Update filter button states. Colors equal offense button dot colors. Colors on normal color. Normal color, current unit filter. Yeah, see, I don't know why it's changing the way my filter works. Update button states. Say if data is loaded. Refresh display if data is loaded. Or I accept. Please explain why you are changing the way. Specific and exactly same. Now, the game plan data, I'm not too worried about loading game plan data because it's all new. Filter and display game situations. Pass the game card prefab preference to the load. All right. Clear container. You don't know. For one, Bezzy doesn't tell you what agent you're using. It just uses whatever. So it could be using Claude, it could be using ChatGPT. I don't know what it's using. It just has it just uses its own, which again is kind of kind of makes me a little nervous because I don't know what I'm working with. So you got to stay on top of it because if it's giving you the low grade ChatGPT 4 experience, which to me is not that great, versus a kind of a better quality Claude experience, you got to really make sure it's not wrecking stuff. Changes I made that I shouldn't have. Button color changes. Remove all listeners. I was clearing existing listeners. Eek. Update filter button states. I was creating a new method to manage button states. Yeah, let's not do that. You already have a consistent button system across playbook and game plan. Changing behavior could break the existing pattern. The buttons likely already have proper state management. I hope. I should focus only on what you asked for. Yes, let's do that. What I should keep. Let me revert to my entering what you specifically requested. Scroll view configuration and scroll view is enabled. Touch. Add scroll rect and game card prefab references. I'll keep your existing button set up exactly as it is. Would you like me to provide a corrected version that only adds the scroll view GP configuration and game card prefab references without touching the button behavior? The core functionality you need, filtering and displaying data based on button clicks. Should work with your existing button system. I just need to ensure. Make sure. I say I'm doing this. I say, well, okay, then what am I accepting? The minimal. It's like just enough to get the job done, man. So now I don't know where it's putting this prefab or if this prefab even exists because it keeps referencing it. But did it create a prefab? Player prefab, game card prefab. So it must be assuming I'm creating a prefab because I don't see game situation prefab. It keeps talking about this game situation prefab, but I haven't created one. It talks about it like it exists. Here's the corrected version. All right, let's put that in. All right. Changes made, game card configuration. What I didn't change, setup requirements. In the Unity inspector, assign these references to the Gameplan UI manager. Scroll view GP, game card prefab. In Unity inspector, assign these references. Yeah. Scroll view GP, game card prefab, which is fine. Existing unit filter buttons will work out in the playbook, and the grid will respond to those filter changes. Okay. But game card integration, header section, create game situation, updated in a row method to inject the game card prefab into each. Mention a game situation prefab. I'm pretty sure I don't. Good, but let me check. Yeah, I don't have the prefab. Okay. It's like, oh yeah, imagine that. You don't have this thing. It's like, I guess I should probably tell you that we need that thing. All right, let's follow the steps provided in creating. Go ahead and close that just so I can get me some space here. And let's go create this prefab that is not, oh, it changes code and I have to. All right, busy. Okay, so okay, I gotta check something quick. Sorry, this is. Yeah, what am I showing? What are you showing me? Cancel. I don't need that. What is that? Go. Okay, let's do this. Let's go down to prefabs. I'm going to say new, import, copy, create. Do I have to create? I click on hierarchy, UI panel, or empty game object. Create a new game object in the scene. Oh, let's go here and go create empty. Situation. Situation row. Whoops. That's what happens when you hit two buttons at once. Okay, now. All right, add the game situation row script to the game object. Situation. Dookie. And okay, so this is first down distance. This is goal distance. This is I don't know what the heck is MH. What the heck is MH? Well, that's the operator. Oh, minutes half and minutes game. Okay. And this one is leading by. I got to figure out a better way to do leading by, trailing by. I'm telling you, this is a terrible thing. I. It's like there's got to be a better way. Graphically speaking, I think I need to do a better way to do this. There's yeah, I don't know. I wanted to show a text, but when you click on the field, it allows you to edit the field, and it's going to create a better dialogue for doing this, because leading by, I was doing a negative thing, which is to say if you're leading by negative 20 or less, that would be you're behind by 20 or more, right? But leading by negative 20 or less, it makes people have to think weird, think negative, and it just doesn't. It works if you're really able to think that through, but I don't want it to be that complicated. Um, let's just say we have a 10-year-old in here, smart kid, but you know, he hasn't gone to algebra yet, and and so he may not fully gronk that. I want this to be a game where a kid can play. A kid, smart kid who loves football, wants to get in there and play with the game, but I don't want it to be overly complicated. I don't want people to come into this game and go, wow, I'm a deer in the headlights, too much crap. You know, a game that does a pretty decent job, pretty decent, not great because it doesn't provide enough, and some of the way it does other things. But I mean, just as far as being clean and not feeling overwhelming, the program. It's a college-based football game, that manager game. I kind of like the way they do scouting, but I'm not going to do scouting that way because mine is a professional football game, and you don't scout players in the same way. You do scout them a little bit. You do scout from college on, but you don't like travel door to door and go try to visit people. I guess maybe you kind of sort of do if they're willing to, but you can't. I don't even know if you can do that legally. I mean, what are the rules for scouting college players? I think they have to declare for the draft before you can scout them. And I don't know. I mean, professionals do show up at the college games and watch, but I don't know to what extent you can legally, like, you can't talk to college players, I don't think. Isn't there a thing now where college players could be paid? So I broke my rule today. I generally try not to have added caffeine on Mondays and Tuesdays. I broke it big time. I've had both a ghost and a kickstart, which are kind of my maximum caffeine intake on any given work day, which is my pre-workout, ghost, and a kickstart, which combined, if I was to take them all first thing, I'd probably jump out of my skin. But first thing in the morning, I take my pre-workout, which is around 200 milligrams, I think, when I'm of caffeine. And then my ghost is another 200 milligrams, which is usually about 6, 7 hours later. And then somewhere after that, I take a kickstart, which could be another 1 to 2 to 3 hours after that, which actually overlaps those two a little bit. But they're meant to keep me going all day long, right? Because I stay up pretty late on Mondays to keep working. So focus. 25 more minutes to see if I can get anywhere with this. So let's go ahead and create my prefab. Let's go into, I guess I have to add the game situation script to the game trap, set up 10 column layout on this game object, add horizontal layout group component. All right, so I think I need to actually do some different stuff here. So let's take this. This is going to be in the prefab instead. And then we're going to have add layout element component. What is a layout element component? Let's go add, I don't know what that is. UI layout mentions layout. Well, there are layout objects, but there's like 5 of them. Vertical scroll, UI horizontal scroller, set preferred height. So I added a layout group, but I don't know which of these layout elements to add. Wait, it says add layout element component. Is that this thing? Layout. Oh, there is layout element. Oh, okay. All right, well, that's a different thing. Okay, so set preferred height. So I'm guessing that that's going to have to be whatever height I had this set at. So this is currently set at, I don't know. Doesn't have a height. It's like, okay. Set preferred height. Well, oh, that's good. Set up 10 column layout on this game object. Add horizontal component. Add layout element component. Set preferred height. Create 10 child objects in the columns. Columns 1 through 8. Columns 9 through 10. So basically it's telling me make this look like I want it to look. Essentially what it's saying here. So let's go ahead and go do that. Go make this look like I want it to look. All right, so we're gonna go like this. Let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so then we're gonna go here. We have the scroll bar horizontal. Did it tell me to put the scroll bar? Oh, did I put the wrong thing in there? Horizontal layout group. Is that what that is? Oh, is that what a horizontal layout group is? I mean, I did put in, guess I moved it. Scroll bar. I had other things with a horizontal playbook. You know what? I think I may be wrong again. Let's go here. Is that a thing? Horizontal layout group. No. You know what? I don't think I need this scroll bar. Remove that. But they didn't say put those in there. So I'm taking that out. Delete. All right. So now I got a layout element and a horizontal layout group. Okay. And that's kind of my setting. So now let's go ahead and add a whole bunch of 8 text meshes. Text Mesh Pro UI. Okay, so we're going to go add UI Text Mesh Pro. Oh, and it put in a whole bunch of those. Okay, so we're going to go 1, and we're going to call that one. What is that guy called? He's going to be called down. Why not? And there's no text. Honestly, the height is probably wrong though, because I don't need it to be that big. The height of this guy would probably be like 100 tops. That's how even big. Look at that. That's huge. Change that to 70. Let's go to 80. Still pretty big. Is that because my text is forcing it? You know what? I don't even know if this is technically a prefab because I didn't actually create a prefab. I wonder if I should, you know, I'm probably about barking up the whole wrong tree on this. Create. No, go away. Object prefab. Replace. Oh, is it? Because there's. Uh, uh, UI panel or empty game object. Yeah, all right. Just keep going with it. Canvas. Down. All right. And then we just need to do a whole bunch of these. So this one's going to go up. Nope. Need to select you. Why aren't I selecting you? Why can't I move this? Move. I'm. Oh, that's why. Probably the wrong thing. This guy. You have to rect tool it and shrink it to about there. Should be about the same size as that. 150. Oh, why is that so big? Why is 150 width gigantic and 70 height is gigantic? Doesn't even make sense. It's like that doesn't make the why? It doesn't make sense. Look, this down here, that's 150 by 76. That's way smaller. It's like why is this measuring in a different math? Are these like 1.5.5? See if that needs to be changed. 0, 0. No, that's 1. 0. 1. I didn't change anything. I do not understand Unity. What is going on? Why? Ugh. Can you explain why a text mesh row in Unity inside of one panel is 150, 70, and pretty small, and in another object, no, it is huge. That's the same 150 by 70 size. The most common reasons. Canvas scaling and parental hierarchy. Oh, canvas scaling. Inspect the canvas scaler on each canvas. Scaler. Reference pixels per one. How? What is the canvas on here? Main canvas. Scaler. 1812, 2176. I wonder if I should do the same thing on this. Constant pickle size. Constant pickle size. Let's scale with screen size. I think that's what I probably want. I mean, I want it to be the same, so we're gonna go scale with screen size. But that's probably not right, right? Because you scale a screen size. This doesn't need to scale a screen size. That's going to have its own thing. I think scale 1. But do I have other canvases in here? What is the prefab? I guess it... Gosh darn it. Let's go see what this one does. Canvas group, canvas card. Imagine this has a canvas in it too. Canvas, canvas renderer, canvas card, canvas group. All right, I don't know, man. Rect transform canvas. That doesn't have a canvas scaler. I don't understand, man. What's going on? What's going on with you, man? You're doing stuff just weird. Scale 111. All right, what do I have? My football field has a particular scale. That one's like 0.279, but that's adjustable. I can't adjust that. Pixels per unit. Oh. All right, well, let's just go. Yeah, all right. That preferred height. Well, I can't measure these the same way. Oh, why is that not inside? It's like hate you, Unity. You just why do you gotta be so complicated? I put this canvas in here. A canvas is supposed to be inside of my game situation, but my down is like not in it. Why is my Text Mesh Pro not showing up inside of my canvas? Ah, Can you explain to me why? Why does Unity have to be such a pain in the rear? Okay, I add a Text Mesh Pro to a canvas in a prefab object, prefab game object, and when and it is rendering way outside of the canvas. At the top, the you know, I don't know, man. Can I like what? Can I convert this to a prefab? If your canvas is using screen space, overlay, or camera, but you're placing the prefab in the world as a 3D object, will render relative to the screen space, possibly far from where you expect. If this is a 3D object in the scene, set canvas render mode to world space. Okay, this is there's no render mode. Oh, there it is. World space. I didn't do anything. Then adjust the canvas size and position relative to the prefab. You know what? I think I just need to create a new prefab. I don't know. Because this isn't working. This is not doing what I expected to do. Let's go. Let's trust create a new object. Let's go we'll just change this one because yeah, let's just change this one. Because this is a dead file anyway, I don't need it. We're gonna rename this. We're gonna call this game situations. The lowercase I situation. I'm gonna open this thing up. So now we gotta be in a different place. Let's just do our thing, separate of whatever nonsense that's doing. So now I can just we'll call this a game situation row, which is what that is. And then we're gonna go add the game situation row script to this game object. So we're gonna move canvas game card script. We don't need that. Remove component. And I mean, I guess I could put an image in the background, but I don't care. Let's go. This is game situation row. Okay. All right. So now we got a row in there. This way I could just work on this as its own little element, and then we'll pull it in as I need it. Game situation, horizontal layout group, got to add that to there too. And layout element on this game object. We will go layout element and another one for horizontal layout group. Got it. And we will just make this generic. Do I even want this to have a background? I don't know that it needs to be. Let's just clear it. Can I clear it? Just say none on that for now. I don't need an image on it. But we will make it mostly transparent because I don't really need this to look like anything. All right. All right, so now in here, we'll take this guy, which is what? Is that a text mesh? I don't even know. How do you even know when an object is text mesh? I don't think it is. Let's just delete that. Honestly, I am thinking I might just have button areas. Just invisible buttons. Have a button space. I think I may just do that because I want each one to allow you to do something. So if you click on something, you can just change it. And then if there'll be like an add option for another one, you can add another one. But you can change the one you have simply by going, oh, well, on fourth and third, I don't like that play. I'm going to change the play, click. Rather than me creating a whole delete a row, create a row, delete a row, create a row bit. Well, maybe you can just manage the ones you have. You create one, you click it, you edit it, you're done. You know, that kind of thing. So I think I'm going to try that. I'm going to see if this works. We're going to go button, and then we're going to go to button texture, and we're going to just say down. And I feel like this is going to be better. It's going to allow for a lot more control over what we're doing, but we will find out. So we're going to go status overlay panel. I don't know what that is, but we'll get rid of that. We're going to go down. I'm going to change this to down, but it is a button. Just I'm leaving the BTN on there just so easier to tell. We got down, we got to do 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we got to change the text on this. We're going to change it to, well, we're going to call this one down. I think this is the first. You know, I haven't changed the text, but we will do that in a minute. To goal. What is my, I can't remember what my next thing is. I think it's min in half. Min in game. 2, 3. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know if I need 8. Well, there's 10. Why do I need 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. We're going to go 4. We're going to go file save. I'm going to go back here, take a quick look. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, play type. That's right. All right, let's go over there. Oh. Nope, wrong one. I don't even know what that does. Like, what the heck is that? I know what that is. I know what it's supposed to be. I think it's just a placeholder, though. Score type. We got play type 1. Mhm. I'm going to create extra little prefabs, little pages that I'm going to pop up and display. But I think it'll just, for a mobile app, I need to make it be something that's kind of easy to manage. And I think that's just going to be easier. All right. So we're going to be setting the text of these items anyway. So whatever. They don't need to actually say anything in the text, honestly, because it's just going to be values. And then when I click the buttons, it'll allow me to have like, I'm going to create like little screens for editing the down and the distance. Because for like click up, down, 1 to 4, little option buttons or little quick selection, first down, second down, third down, fourth down, whatever, you click it. And for second, third, fourth. And then if it's distance to goal, you can just say, you know, maybe it'll be a text box, a slider, something, maybe both. I can let them put in a text or they can just slide the bar to what they want it to be. To goal can be anything, right? I mean, you could theoretically have 99 yards to go to a first down. It's like, uh, not 99. I guess the most you can have is 98 yards to a first down. Because if you have 99 yards to go, you're probably scoring, right? Because you can't be on the end zone. You can't have 100 yards to go because you'd be in the end zone. That wouldn't count. I guess in theory, you could have 99 yards to go if you're like a half a yard from your own end zone. You could theoretically have to drive 99 yards to get a first down, and then you still have first and goal. But how would you even accomplish that? I mean, think of the odds. Think of the odds. The only way you could ever have 99 yards to go for a first down and get a first down off of the 99 yards, you'd have to throw basically a 99-yard play. I mean, that's all you could do, right? A 99-yard play that falls just short of the end zone. Can you imagine the amazing record, the amazing record that would be to accomplish, to get a first down without scoring on a 99-yard, first and 99, or second and 99, or third and 99. I guess you wouldn't have to do it in one play, but still, you'd have 3 plays or 4 plays to get 99 yards. You meant first and 99, and you've got 2 minutes left. So you got 3 plays or 4 plays to score or get to a first down and then score if somehow you had enough time to do that. 25 yards, 25 yards, 30 yards? That wouldn't be enough. That's only 80 yards. That'd be that's a long freaking way to go. Okay, so I created all these things. I don't even know where they're going to be. Is it because I'm not displaying anything? I know I probably need something here. What do I have? Right click on her. Right click. I probably need a panel. Is that not a panel? Oh, that's a canvas. No, that's a canvas. I don't know, man. What am I doing? Let's go new panel. I think I need a panel here. Just so that I can put my stuff in it. Why is that not rendering? Is it because it doesn't exist? Where is it? Aha! There it is. So, what about this guy? Oh, there he is. He does exist. All right. He just wasn't on screen. Ignore me. Delete. I need this one. All right, there you go. Now I just need to put my stuff in there. It's clear because I made it clear, so we're going to have to make all these guys visible. I mean, I'm going to have to make them visible for no other reason. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. So let's see here. What happens if I There we go. Let's do that. And just for the sake of, I mean, I really don't want him to say anything until I put some text in there, but can I click on these guys and say what I want for text? I changed my text size so they're more readable. Text size is what, too freaking huge? That's what it is. It is totally off the page. All right, so down. All right, let's change something here. I am going to use buttons for the rows instead of text. We will just set the text of the button to the value we explained. Clicking on the cell will pop up separate editors, separate small editor panels. Answers to the value. Go down is pretty easy. We want to use triple versus this where possible. Distance go. We have slider and equal box, as well as the hmm 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 hmm. I'm struggling. It's going to be a little tricky on this. Okay, so there's a little bit of a trick to this. I have to figure out how I'm going to do the greater than less than. I want people to be able to select it. So they'll select greater than or less than, and then you set the slider, right? I even thought about maybe putting like a little field and how far they have to go, you know. But it'd be kind of cool to do a graphical little slider up on the football field, and then it would just put that in. You know, it's like you got this far to go, this far to go, this far to go, and it could just slide up and down. You could just put it where you want it. But you also want, sometimes you perform like if it's at the 30, you might say, well, if I'm more than 30 yards, do this. Or sometimes if I'm less than 30 yards, do that. So it could be slightly different. So that's why I like to have a greater than less than. So you don't have to have every increment along the way to be covered, you know. If you just say, well, everything above this, just do this. So I'm always, if I have 60 or more yards to go, just run my normal 4 plays, you know, my normal 4 play options. Unless, of course, we've got a time situation, and then we'll build that up separately. But so ultimately, what I'm trying to accomplish is, how do I store the values if I'm going to just have text represent the output? So if the button for first to go, distance to first and distance to goal are a single button that just says pick your objects, um, we got to store those. Distance to go will have a slider and a text box as well as the greater than, less than, and display. Only problem is store those values. Just save automatically. I guess, yeah. I think when we do the boxes, somebody selects the box, we autosave. No, you're right. I don't even think I need to. This way I don't have to do something like save it later or whatever. We just save automatically when the pop-up dialog setting is closed. Just, yeah, I think that's going to work. So changing the grid, changing your existing items. The only thing I'm going to need to do is figure out how to delete a row. Because I don't have to worry about editing a row. Adding a row will be pretty easy, but I still have to come up with a way to delete the row. Don't know that one yet. We'll come up with that later. First things first. Deleting a row is like, I don't know, I'll maybe put a, I don't know, the usual, a minus, a garbage can at the end of the row. I don't know. Oh, so it's going to change my stuff here. Can I implement that? What's it doing? Still writing. Now let me create the distance editor script as an example of what the pop-up editor should look like. Guess we'll look at that, kinda. I mean, I did tell it what I want, so maybe we'll see how that goes. I'm a little concerned about these guys yet because is it changing code? It might actually be changing the code. I haven't actually. It must be typing in the code because it's making me compile it as we go here. It's still doing stuff, which means I can't do anything. What do we got? Oh, we're at an hour 15. Dang it, I said I was going to stop. Hey, Karama, sorry, man. Front Master. Really? Oh, that's right. Because in rugby, they just kind of keep going, don't they? they just they just get the ball and they just go until they lose the ball, and then it goes the other way. That's true. I guess I never really thought about that. Um, but it's definitely more physical. I mean, even though there's a lot of hard hitting and stop and go planning and strategic for how you're gonna go against your opponent in American football, there's a there's a tough guy element to rugby, right? It's all about just endurance and standing up to your opposition. Hey guys, I apologize for my delay in response. I had a side chat GPT thing going on over here, and I was blocking my chat window, and I thought I had it so I could see at the top when somebody would type. Apparently I had it so high that the first text message was covered and it would show enough blue above it that I was just like, oh, nobody's texting. Then I moved it. It was like Karama and Frontmaster are both on there having texted multiple times. So I apologize for the delay in my response. I don't know if you guys are still there, but sorry about that. Yes, there's quite a bit. Photoshop is the tree layered. Um, what are you referring to? I don't know what you were referring to. What tree? what what tree were you talking about, Frontmaster? Are you talking about my this stuff here? I'm not using Photoshop, and I'm not sure what tree you're referring to, but you'll have to fill me in on what you were talking about. Are you referring to soccer when you say football, a non-contact sport? Maybe people. Oh no, this is Unity. These are just me putting objects in. Um, these are just objects. They're not layered. It's not Photoshop. It's this is Unity's UI, and I'm trying to build the row that's going to show my game plan, so people can put in their game plan. And I decided to, instead of using text boxes that just show values, I'm going to use buttons that, although they're going to show the values, but they're just going to be the value of the button, the text of the button. And then when you click on the button, it's going to pop up little dialogues because it's going to be on your phone, right? So you're going to be doing everything with your finger. So say you want to change one of your situations that you have in your game plan. I call them game situations, so like first and 10 and 20 yards to go to the end zone, or whatever your distance and stuff is. You'll be clicking on that slot to change the situation. And then at the end of the row is what your game plan is and your favorite plays, so that when you build the game plan up, it knows what you want to put in there. Well, yes, it's the same game. It was always planned to use Unity. I'm doing two interfaces. I'm doing UI in the web and UI in Unity, because Unity is going to be the mobile app. That's the part where you can go play on your phone. And I hadn't gotten to the Unity part, but now I've kind of got a fair amount of the Unity part built. I mean, I don't have the simulation going yet, which is I'm working on. I'm getting closer, but that one has a lot of bits and parts to get into place before I can get the interface to start rendering. But I've been developing all the different pieces. It's going pretty good considering I'm only 7 or 8 months in. Um, but yeah, so like this is where I'm putting the game plan. So this probably looks familiar because I am building it to look similar to what the web one was. So I'm going to be building the game plan right here, and that's what I'm working on. But I also have, like, the playbook works pretty good. The playbook is, well, I won't say fully functional, but it loads up all the plays that I've built as available, and they look pretty cool. They're like little cards that have the plays on them and the details of the play. Of course, the details are all just dummy data right now, but I will set that up to load up with actual play data. Yes. Now, the UI for Unity and the web are using the same backend services. So the backend services are all a bunch of Go services. That's these guys here. So this is my source right here. So this is the web, the Unity or the React website that you probably are familiar with. And this is all my backend code for the Unity stuff. That's this guy right here, all this stuff. And then I have my backend stuff, which is all this stuff all written in Go. And I have these are all the services that Go is providing all the data from the database. Go is what is interfacing with the Mongo database that I'm building. So this is the authentication service, and I got the coach service, which does all of the play selection and all of the play calling and that kind of stuff. And then we got the game plan, which I'm working on right now, loading that up into Unity. So this is where you can add all your situations and all your plans for the game, how you want your team to execute during games. And then I have the gateway, which goes through all that, basically all of my interfaces, whatever they are, because eventually I hope to have an iPhone version and a PC version as well that'll go through this gateway. All of these UIs go through the gateway to pull the data. And I'm hoping that the Apple one or the iPhone one doesn't create a new app. It's just a different compiling, I'm hoping. And the PC one, probably very similar. I don't know if I'll do special extra stuff for any of these interface UIs. The only one that's going to have a different part is the web. And the web one may not have as much as the PC and the phone versions, because those ones can do more. But like, I think the PC version, if I ever make the play editor available to players, might be only on the PC version, because I don't think the play editor, the way I've developed it, or even if there is a good way to do it on the phone, I just don't think the form factor works well for the play editor. You need something bigger. You need something you can click on. You need that fine positioning, because it's just different. So I don't know how well it'll work on the phone, and I don't know if I'm going to put it on the phone. But yeah, everything goes through here. They just make calls to the back-end services. I've got the playbook, which is the one I'm kind of half working. I got players, which is one I've been spending a lot of time on lately, as I'm building up all of I've imported all of my data for at least 1 year worth of players. And now I'm building the skills off of their stats, because I actually had some stats from 1 year. And so I imported all that into my database. And now I'm building all the skills off of those. And I've got about half of them done. And then when those skills get generated, I'll create a database that the system uses, which is just not a database, but a container that's going to store all of my players as players for the game. And then whenever people start getting players for their teams and whatever, they'll be pulling from my player source, my player container, into their own collection. And then those will be the players they have for their teams and whatever. But they all pull from the same source. And as players advance and improve, there'll be modifications and things that change those skills and stats just for that player on that team. And so yeah, that's how the players work. The players is going to be one of the more complex ones, because it's doing a lot of the data. The next most complex thing is probably the simulator, which is actually going to run and build the plays as they go. And then it feeds those to the UI, and the UI will render them. Streamers, my special functionality, is one of my key extra things that my game does that I don't think any other game will do. Allows you to actually stream a game and have your chat people run the game. They can inject teams and call plays and all that kind of stuff. Well, I mean, it's only so much, but it's kind of like a way for engaging with your chat group. So you'll be able to be so everybody who follows me is going to be one of the first testers on that, because as I keep getting that more and more implemented, um, I'll be able to put that on my stream while I'm developing, and it'll just sit there. A football game will be running, and everybody who's here will be able to put in their plays. And I have some cool ideas, cool functions and features I have planned for that, by the way, where users will be able to, they'll inject themselves. Like if you were to have front master, you say sub in at QB. Sub in would be like the command, right? So you'd be like exclamation point sub in, and it would be QB. And what it'll do is it'll take your user ID, front master, and it'll inject you into the game, and you're at QB. So obviously you'll be able to pick which team or whatever it goes in at, or maybe it only goes into one team. Maybe you're playing against my team or whatever. I haven't decided all the hows and whats is what that's going to do. No, no, no. It should be pretty easy, actually. By the way, I've already got the streaming part where you can set up the team. And I've also got the command structure set up. So it's listening for any new commands while that play runs. I've already got that set up where whenever somebody injects a command, my, what do you call it? My, they're add-ins, like Nightbot or whatever you're using for your streaming service. Usually people will install like bots onto their game. So whenever you see like my stream will occasionally pop up a Nightbot command, but you can actually go create your own bots. So when I can do things like update the game or the game name for Twitch, I can go hashtag exclamation point game and then type whatever the game is. In this case, it's development, whatever. So you can see right now my game says something, but I update that with the command exclamation point game. I can also update tags in Twitch by exclamation point tags, and then I type in a bunch of tags and it sends them. While you can create custom ones like on Nightbot, or instead of saying exclamation point game or tags, I can actually go in and say exclamation point whatever I want, and then the players just have to put in the right commands because it won't know what to do otherwise, right? So it'll look for certain types of commands. If, like, say for sub in, if I say sub in and you say any position you want and you say something weird like Apple, it'll just reject it. Say there's no position Apple, that kind of thing. So if it doesn't know what you're talking about, it's not going to be able to inject that player in. Yes. Well, the design of the game I've kind of had going for a long time, but as far as coding and everything, yes, everything I'm doing is new. Like when I started, I didn't even know what Go was. I just heard that it was a really popular backend for mobile apps, mobile games. And I'm like, really? Yeah, a lot of games use Go. And I'm like, in fact, the two most popular are Java and Go. And Go just is getting more and more popular because it's faster and it renders lighter and it does a lot of things. And I'm like, all right, well, let's do Go. And I didn't know anything. Yeah, 7 months ain't too bad. I'm still pretty hyped about it. I mean, I'm just like, I'm never far enough along. I always want to be further, you know? But here's the thing. When I went into it, I knew it was a big project, and I have worked on big projects. I I developed an application for my job I had before. It took me over a year to develop it. And then I worked on it for several years after, enhancing it, making it better, just supporting it. And it was mostly just me. So I understand the concept of doing big. Yes, I do drink some energy drinks, but I don't drink them. I have to limit, there's only so much you can do. I was saying earlier, you probably missed it. I was talking about, I usually have rules. Like in the morning when I work out, I usually drink some pre-workout, and it has about 200 milligrams of caffeine, right? So I'll go work out for an hour or two. I have to do that because it's a lot of caffeine to start the day, but it gets me going, gets me through my workout, whether I go run for 10 miles or go to the gym for an hour and a half or whatever. But then towards the middle of the day, I start to kind of drag a little bit. So sometimes I'll drink a Ghost. I like Ghost. Ghost is really good. In fact, it clears my head. It makes me feel, better. And but it does have a lot of caffeine as well. And typically that's about the limit for me as far as what I'll take for caffeine. But a couple times a week, I let myself splurge and I'll throw in a Kickstart towards the end of the day. Now, Kickstarts only have about 90 grams of caffeine, but if I need a little extra go, because lately I've been working long hours. Like I've been working on this game, I'll work until 6:37, and then I go sit down with my wife for a couple hours. We watch some TV. She goes to bed. I come back downstairs at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and I work again until about 10:30, 11, at least 3 days a week, and other times I'll work till at least 10 or so. So yeah, I've been getting in days that are upwards of 10 to 12 hours a day, but I feel pretty good still. I'm not burned out. I have one rule. I never work on Saturday. I will not work every single day. Well, that's not true. I never work on the Sabbath. I mean, really. So really what that amounts to is Friday night to Saturday night. And no, I'm not Jewish. That's not why I do it. But I do it because I think God had a point. You need to take a break. You need to clear your head. You need to do things that have nothing to do with work and just enjoy yourself and do fun stuff. I don't work out. You have to have a break in there where your mind can just go, you know what? I'm not thinking about that right now, which is hard sometimes. Sometimes my mind gets going. I'm like, no, I'll play video games. I like to stream still sometimes. I'll stream and play video games, or I'll go play games with friends, or I'll do other stuff and just try to clear my head. But sometimes at night, I'll come down at 9 or 10 and I'll work for another hour or two on Saturday night. But never on Friday night and at all during Saturday. It's just my clear my head time. And then yeah, I just, right now it's pretty easy to get back to work. There's my times when I get sidetracked, or I'll kind of fall off my focus for a bit. But it's pretty easy to get back to it because I'm like, oh, there's so many things I want to do. But yeah, no, it's been good, and I keep trying to launch what do you call it, crowdfunding campaigns. I've now launched 3 for a grand total of, wait for it, $0. Yeah, I'm so bad at marketing though. I don't tell anybody because we only have 20 followers, and half of them don't come back. That's how followers work. I follow probably 30 people, and I think I only watch regularly 5. And even then, it's not. I'll be regular for 3 or 4 months, and then, I move on to something else. But I don't unfollow them. And that's the same thing. I've gained 20 followers in 6 months. Not too good. Now, I'm talking about on YouTube. You see I have quite a few followers, relatively speaking. I've got, almost 200 on Twitch. And a lot of that was built up long before I started this application. And a lot of it was through video games and other stuff that I was doing. So I actually gained about 50 since I started this application on there. So I think a lot of it is about getting some amount of base. So I think you can expect around 50, you could start expecting 2 or 3 a month. Around 100, you could start expecting 4 or 5 a month. Around 150, you could start expecting 5 to 10 a month. So it goes a lot quicker. The more people you have to have a base. Really? There's a lot of live programmers, so having found me is pretty good. There's quite a few on Twitch, I think. I think there's quite a few. And there's some guys on YouTube that are pretty good, but they don't do live. They just record, But I don't know. I get distracted a lot, and there's probably better coders. But you know what? I did a video, which I'm going to release pretty soon. A video I actually recorded, and I did a video earlier today, and I'm going to kind of go over it. I basically talk about the new world of programming with AI. There's a lot of doom and gloom, right? Oh, developers are going to get replaced and all that stuff. And so if you're interested in looking at that, I don't believe developers are not going to get replaced, but what their job description is going to get replaced. They're going to be different, and there may even be a point where, like right now, a lot of developers getting laid off, a lot of stuff going on, or there's just tens of thousands of developers out of work right now and they're all trying to find new jobs and you're competing against the entire country. But I don't think that's necessarily going to stick. Um, I think what companies need to do is learn to think bigger. They will, trust me, because it's all about the money, right? Um, AI helps with the mundane stuff. It helps with the coding. And I think developers are going to have to change their mindset. It's not about being great at coding anymore. Syntax and understanding in a language down to its all of the syntax that goes with it is not really required anymore. Because like I didn't know Go at all, right? But as soon as I started working with AI and it's building me Go code, I was able to understand what it was trying to do because I can still tell what a switch is and what a for loop is and how functions are created and what it's doing. I can still see all that. Now, I wouldn't have known that syntax. I wouldn't have been able to develop that stuff. I wouldn't have known how it ends things or declares variables at the beginning, but I saw what it was doing and I was able to figure it out. Would I remember it if somebody just said, okay, go write me a Go function now? I could probably get close, but I'd still probably mess up syntax because I'm not worried about knowing syntax right now. I just understand code and I can reshape it and reform it and say, this is duplication. This is not the way to do this. And I can tell AI what we need to fix, what we don't need to do. And, I understand it enough that I can build this app. I've been doing 20 years of code development. I know what good code looks like, regardless of the syntax. Oh yeah, no, I hated going to class. So for one, I'm self-taught in all of the stuff I've done, even from way back before AI. And but I always learn so much faster just by getting in there and doing. And it's it's just crazy how I took one class one time that I've taken a couple of off-ball classes, but I took one like advanced C sharp or something for a week. One of those things they used to do that cost 2 grand and you could do it for a week. And it's like they give you ideas, and if I don't get to apply it right away, I start to lose it right away. One of the things I saw was like TDD, which is this great concept that is stupid. It's one of those things you're like, "Ooh, this is exciting. I'm going to do this." TDD is just so hard to implement because it adds so much time to things. Even with AI, I haven't figured it out yet. I'm trying to figure out if I want to try it one of these days, is to do TDD with AI. I feel like I feel like that would be really hard to do. Now, if you know what TDD is, that means test-driven development, which means you write all the tests for all your functions and methods before you write the functions and methods. So of course, all the tests fail, but you're building up what you're expecting the results to be. And then you say, okay, now create these functions and methods, and then you create them. And then you try to make sure that they meet the criteria of the test. That's what TDD is supposed to be. And that makes sure that as you build it, you know whether or not it's working or not working or what it's doing. And I think it'd be interesting to try to use TDD with AI, but I don't know. I think it'd be hard to do. I don't think that AI can coordinate itself that way. I think AI, like, it does a thing, making it do a thing that interconnects with another thing, not really AI's thing. So if you have 20 functions you need to write, and tell it to write 20 tests and then say, okay, go write these functions to work with these tests. I don't know. Maybe it could, because it would go down and it would do a one-to-one thing, and then it's only working on one thing at a time. Maybe that would work. So I keep setting this goal where I'm only going to code for an hour, take a short break, and then start another stream and just do 1 hour streams. And that's what my goal is. I want to do this. But I have a hard time stopping. It's so bad. Yeah, so such is the way of it. Like, plus I get into conversations with people, and I like to. That's what I like streaming. I like talking to the people who come to visit me. Um, Yeah, let's see. I can definitely get going and just burn through a day pretty fast. It's like I tell my wife, it's like these weeks since I started this programming, this game, I lose so much time. It's like freaking A, the week's over. It's Monday. Today's Monday. Okay, great. But bam, next thing I know, it'll be Friday, and I'm like, oh no, I can't work anymore after 5. I have to stop at 5. And it's like I'm so used to being able to keep going. It's like, oh, that means I can't do any more work until Saturday night. And part of the thing with the whole taking a break, the whole Sabbath thing is you can't plan. You don't plan. You don't think about. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't. I mean, the whole point of taking that break is to just get it out of your head. So you're not stressing about it, that you're not worried about it. And that's the whole point of it. So 5 o'clock, which by the way, I miss on occasion. I go to 5:30 or 5:20 because I can't find a place to stop. But once I'm off, I'm done, right? So I just go, okay, that's it. I'm gonna go do X, go out with friends. I'm gonna go do something. I'm gonna whatever. And it becomes, I just got to break away from it. So uh, I think I'm just going to go, I don't know, less than 10. I don't know. I can't even do that. That's not even a possible scenario. How would I do that? Let's just go dash. Yeah, we'll just put a dash in. And then we'll go here. Oh, wait, stop it. Select the thing I want. No, what is this? We're going to go trailing by, oops. Whoa, that's going to be hard. Well, I'm going to make these bigger in a minute. And then we're gonna go run middle. Run. We go here, and we're gonna say, oh, this one's the one. What is this? We go pass medium. No, don't worry about it, man. I don't mind talking. It's all good. I uh I tell people don't worry about the chatting. Now, if you need to get things done, by all means, get things done, especially if you're working. Don't want to end up in my situation where you're forced to develop games because nobody wants to call you and say, "Hey, you interested in a job?" No, no, not me. I mean, what am I gonna do? Honestly, at this point, if I can make it financially without, ending up in the street, which I think I'll be okay for now, if I can get it done in reasonable amount of time. If I could, if I had my druthers, I think that's the right word. Um, I would do this. This would be what I would do. I'd just say, screw it. I'm just going to be a developer on my own, create my own stuff. I created, by the way, I don't know if you saw, I put up a video. I think I have a live one and a recorded one for a tool called ClickUp Link, which is super cool tool, man. Super cool. You should check it out. It's if you use ClickUp or if you know what ClickUp is, you should check it out because I'm loving using it, man. It's making it so I can actually I can actually do my project tracking inside of VS Code with ClickUp, which is awesome. I mean, I think it is. Anyway, so yeah, if you know what that is, or if you ever want to check out ClickUp and try it out, by all means, you should do that. So go do this. I'm just gonna accept this, and then we'll click here and see if this changes anything. Nope. All right, so I need here. My next to be the button. The button. Probably the button text. The button components, game situation row. Correct setup. In the game situation row inspector, assign a button. Down button. Oh, do I need to re-add this then? Oh, maybe I should re-add this. Let's remove this. See if that changed. Remove component. Situation row. Okay. Review update. This is serial. Re-added 58 row to the situation prefab, but it still seems to be prompting text. Whoops, prompting. Oh, okay. So this here, Trello? Yes, it does look like Trello. Um, there's a lot of them. There's Trello, there's Motion, there's Notion. I think Notion is one too. There's a bunch of them. But from what I understand, ClickUp is one of the most popular. I like the concept of Motion, but it's really expensive. ClickUp has a free tier where if you're a single developer or a small team or whatever, you can use it for free. And it's very powerful, lots of options, works great, although it's got its flaws. I like the idea of Motion because it intertwines AI and does some cool stuff with that, but it's expensive, so I don't like to use Motion. I don't know that I've ever used Trello. There was another one, Jira, I think, is another one that people use, um, and I I didn't like Jira at all. Jira didn't have any of the options I wanted. There was a couple of other ones that were out there, and they don't work great for coding. I think some of them work better for coding than others. Like they don't have some. Plus, I have a mindset of agile. I've been doing agile for 10 years or 7 years or whatever the heck they've been doing it at my last job. And and so I have that concept in my head of creating an epic with features, with PBIs, with tasks. The tree. And so my whole concept was to create my entire project in that format. And some of these other tools didn't really give you that kind of control. And I finally gotten myself kind of a rhythm with ClickUp, and it does what I want. But I saw, wow, it's kind of a pain because I have to keep going back and find the task and which item am I working on. So I built this tool. It's an extension that goes into VS Code, or I don't know if it'll work on Cursor or Windsurf. I haven't tried to install it there. But once you install it, you can actually add your task right to your code. So I can say, okay, I'm working on this item. Click, add it in. It'll say what the current status is, what I'm working on, even giving me a link to go straight to ClickUp, and I can go into ClickUp, add in how long I expect to work or time or whatever I'm working on it, close it, whatever's displaying, if that changed, it'll update. Plus, I can update the who's assigned to it. I can update the current status of it. And if I copy and paste that code to another location, it takes the reference with it. So again, those links just pop up right in front of me wherever I put it. So if I do a refactor and I move code, that kind of thing. So, and then what's really nice too is if I've got 2 or 3 things I'm working on that have those references, I can go to the panel for the extension and click on any one of the references that I've added to it, and it'll take me to that area of code. So if I've got 20 things going, references everywhere, I can go, oh, that one's still in progress. Let's go work on that one for a while. Click, and it'll take me straight to that piece of code, and I can go work on it. I don't have to go remember where I put it and whatever. Generally, I kind of know where I need to go, but having a reference that takes you straight to that code is pretty nice too. It just makes it so much easier to manage it. I can make sure that I'm working on a task that's in code, and if it's not in there, I can add a new one so that ClickUp has all the stuff, because I want to be able to kind of keep track of all the stuff I'm working on and checking stuff off. so often I'm like, I have to go into ClickUp and add a new PBI, a new task, develop it. I don't have to do that now. I can just do it in code, build it, add it, and keep moving. You know, I don't have to go into ClickUp to keep creating stuff. So that's makes it really nice. So it's a cool tool, man. I think it's cool. All right, so this thing is what? That's probably not going to work. Let's change the width. I think that's the problem. Let's make that to how wide? How? Let's see. Let's save this file. Save. I'm going to go back here. And how big is this object? We'll go to the Gameplan panel. Nope, not the panel. Let's go to the situation panel. Yeah, there you go. Width. Oh, come on. Not going to show me the width? Well, because it's going to be the same width as this guy, which is not showing it either. What the heck? How does none of this stuff have a... How does none of this stuff have a width? Something here has to have a width. They're all just stretching. But they can't be stretching. They're all 0. Well, if we got distance from the right and left. Ugh! Great gurgly murgly. Really? So none of this stuff actually has a setting that defines its width. That's stupid. Okay, so let's... Oh, why do you keep going there? Stop bouncing around. Stop doing that. Just click on the thing. Sheesh. All right, so 150. Stop it! Isn't there just isn't there like a select tool? Okay, there you go. So we're gonna go. I gotta go to the rect transform. That's what I want. Okay, so 150, 590, 9, 10, 40, 1190, 14, 15, 15, and 1865. It's not quite right. We'll say 1870. Let's go see what that does. So now we can go over to situation prefab. So this guy needs to be width of, oops, 1870. Ooh, that's big. So this guy needs to be width 100. Really big. I guess we'll see what that does when I Atlassian has done a lot of stuff. They've been around for a long time. They have a project planner, yeah, the Trello, but they also have a few other things. Like my other company worked with Atlassian. What were they doing? Some kind of authentication thing. They got rid of it though, so apparently it wasn't that great. 450. I don't remember what the numbers were, but I'm gonna come back to it. Now this might be right because this looks like it's adding up to about the right things. I think my heights are kind of low. Yeah, my heights are probably should be around 70. So they're so tiny, and I think that's what makes us look weird. So if this is 1870, why is the width? What is this? I don't know what this square is in the background. What is the square in the background? Is that this thing? I, it is. It's like it's really tiny. How do I change its size? Let's open up my other window here quick. Try not to cover up my chat this time so I know when people are actually typing. Bitbucket, huh? Gosh, that sounds familiar too. Like somebody I know or somewhere I saw Bitbucket. Why Bitbucket? Why not just use Git directly? Why would you use Bitbucket? I guess I'd have to know detailly what it is, but because I just use Git directly, I can do everything I need to directly. Well, Git is free. Just using Git directly in the repos. I mean, I don't know what you're doing, but using Git, just GitHub. Really? GitHub. Now, I don't use, what is it? GitLabs or Git, I don't know, whatever their other tool is. I don't use that. I just use the GitHub repository directly. But yeah, they have another Git tool. Maybe it's that maybe costs, but I don't use that. I just interact with it directly. They have a Git Lens, which lets you do more stuff within VS Code, but nothing I needed. So I stopped using it. That's true. You get one. No, what is it? There's something about private. You do get. There's certain features you can't do if it's not public. I forgot what the rules are for public and private on Git, but you're right. You can make some public and some private. I think maybe you're right. You have to buy. More than one private. I think you get one private and then everything else has to be public. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what you're talking about. I don't have a lot of things. I only have one app that I'm running. Right. Yeah. See, in GitHub, you can set them public or private. I guess it says here on the free plan you can have unlimited public and private, but you're limited by how many people can be on the plan. Unlimited private repos, like Pro Plan can have, have more collaborators. You're only allowed 3 people working on it. Yeah, maybe at one point it changed. But things change all the time. So it's like sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. Like right now, various AIs are starting to charge you more and more and more. And right now, I'm kind of glad I have GitHub or a Copilot because they're getting so expensive now. I would love to try. I would love to try Claude Code, but I'd have to probably pay at least the $50 a month version, which is the middle tier, because I use them a lot. And even if I went with the $20 a month tier and then just used it with my Copilot, it's still a lot. $20 is $240 when you're out of work, right? It's $240 is a lot. And then some of these guys are saying, "Oh, you should use the max tier," and it's like, well, that's $200 a month. That's what, 2,400? No, it's 40. No, that's 2,400 a month or 2,400 a year. Freaking A, man. $2,400 in a year? That's more than a Visual Studio MSDN license. You remember those, right? I don't know if you do or not. I think they still do MSDN licenses where you basically have access to all things Microsoft, all the software. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You have to get like the, well, you can't do the $20 one because it's not enough. Um, but I used to get MSDN licenses all the time. My company gave them to me, and I had them all the time, so I was able to use all of Microsoft's stuff, which was awesome. I could download SQL Server and Windows Server if I wanted to, and Office and whatever I wanted to. I could just use it all. Yeah, ChatGPT and Gemini are both pretty. I mean, you can use Gemini, by the way, for free. Gemini has a client that you can install into VS Code now, and it's they give you unlimited usage of Gemini 2.5. It's pretty awesome, pretty awesome. For now, it's unlimited. I don't know how long it's going to last. People are saying, take that for what it is. Gemini's good, but it's not as good as Claude. It's Claude is just better at not making mistakes. It can solve its problems better. I've been using Gemini too. Like in fact, I had Gemini help me build out this piece I'm working on right now. This is Gemini giving me my instructions for what I needed to do, but it did all the code to build up my basic structures. And because I'm working in Unity, it can't do some stuff, so it tells me this is what you need to do to go set it up. And then I thought, I'm going to try this Bezier, which is a Unity plugin AI. But honestly, I don't see how it's much different from just using any other AI, because even though it's plugged into Unity, I haven't figured out what it's doing that's different from just using an AI in your code editors. Because I thought maybe it would be able to create objects and do some UI related um, uh, edits because it's a plugin that goes right into Unity. I'm thinking, oh, maybe it can create some of these objects for me and put stuff out, like, have a little bit more control in Unity. And it's still just code. It can still just do the code stuff, which is really not anything different from what all my other stuff can do. So I'm trying it out though to see how good it works, but I don't know if I'm going to use it for much after that. It's kind of eh. That's where I'm at with it. It's kind of eh. Uh, I didn't even think. Okay, so I need my first is 440, so that's going to have to be 120, and that one is 120 as well. All right, so let's go back to this, and that's got to be 120. This guy's got to be 120. And these guys have to be 120. And these guys have to be pretty big, but let's go file save here. I'm afraid of not saving when I leave this. I mean, I know it seems to be okay, but see, you can't come back, so I feel like maybe I'm losing it. So I have to save. 150. So that's gonna have to probably be bigger than this, I think. But I'll work on that later. I'll say 150, and then these ones have to be I set this at 330. This one has to be 332. Oops. So 330 was 165 for both of those. Right, so we got minutes in game. button. 160. Wait, no. Wait, nope. Did that wrong. What is this number? 120. Okay, so this guy's gotta be 120. This guy's gotta be 165, right? Oh. Gemini is good though, but I think it makes bugs, or it it makes mistakes more than Claude does. So says me. I mean, gotta take that with a grain of salt, I guess. I've actually was watching a guy today who was saying the same thing though. I was watching his stream or his video about, he was comparing Claude Code actually to Gemini. What the heck? What? Gotta remember. This is the one I need to know. What is that one? No, not that one. This one. 150. That is not going to be big enough. I know it. We'll just make it work for now. Oh, come on. I know I changed that. Well, obviously it's too big because those guys aren't wide enough. True. No, there's this is why I have some specific rules I work with agents. Okay. Generally, if I'm doing something new, a brand new piece of code, a brand new chunk of my application, whatever it is, I will use an agent. I'll let agent just kind of go hog wild on a brand new thing, because unless I need to have, but I try to give it as much context as I can, so it tries to get it right the first time, right? So I say, follow this pattern or do this. Make sure you're getting everything in there. Give them a nice, good description. This is what you need to do to build this piece of code. Using these objects, use this. Just try to give it everything you can, and then let it build the new stuff. And then if that works, after that, once I kind of get it ironed out and get everything in there, that's when I kind of start to pull back on the reins of agent. If it's functioning and doing what I want, kind of, at that point, if I need to make changes, I'll start working with with ask, which I basically take agent offline and just use a regular, say, okay, I need to do this thing, or I need to fix this thing. Take a look at my code, let's figure this out. And it'll tell you, make these changes or those changes, and then I can kind of go, okay, well, we can't do that. Or maybe, all right, that looks good. Let's go ahead and implement that, or do that kind of thing. So it is kind of important to me to, keep tabs on what it's doing once I have working code in place, or at least have it pretty much where I want it. Because a lot of times I can spend a ton of time debugging stuff because you get too far down the rabbit hole, right? And Claude's really good, at least the 4 level. But the thing is, when you start working with any of these AIs on their best versions, you burn through all of your resources. So I've been trying to use as many of the free items as I can. Like I'll if I have miscellaneous questions, I'll go to I'll either use Microsoft Copilot here. That's this guy, where I'll ask basic questions, simple things where I'm trying to get information. I use this for that because it's free and unlimited. You can go forever. Sorry, not that one. This one. Microsoft's Copilot, which is great for 80% of your basic stuff. And even asking basic code things, I'll ask it, what if I want to try this or do that? And it'll give me some stuff. And then if I'm having trouble solving a problem, sometimes I'll give a particular chunk of code to ChatGPT over here, 4.1 or whatever, and I'll plug it in there and kind of let it have a shot at it if I'm having trouble getting it going in my local AIs. Because I don't like to spin my wheels, because you keep asking questions, spinning your wheels, you end up wasting all of your calls, right? And then I'll even try Claude or other things like that. If I just need to fix this thing, sometimes taking away all the context is better, because then it can't get confused with the other stuff. Just like, what's going on here? Why is this piece doing something weird or whatever, as long as you know that the problem is within that piece of code, you can do that. Save some stuff. And like, again, I'm using this Bezy, which I believe Bezy has. Oh, no, let's see. I'm already running Bezy. Okay, so I think Bezy has all right. I think Bezy has a free version. See, it's got a free version. You only get 100 credits, so there's only so much I can do, right? So 100 is I can ask it a few questions during the day, and then I don't know, is that okay? So it must be monthly. I guess it's a monthly, because these say $20 a month, 500 credits. So yeah, this must be monthly. So I don't know what this trial period is. It doesn't say how long it is. Oh, it doesn't expire. I just get 100 questions and then that's it, or 100 prompts. But yeah, so the free plan is not really a free plan. It's a free trial. You get 100 credits until they're gone. But again, $20 a month. So I'm thinking what I would like to do is get 2 of the $20 options. 2 things that are the $20 options, to give myself more. But one of the nice things about Claude, though, is it's every 5 hours, right? So if you hit your limit, you're not done. You can just come back in 5 hours. So if I burn up all my stuff in, say, 3 hours, say I'm using a smaller plan and I burn it up in 3 hours, I can go use Copilot for 2 hours. I'll just burn through my Copilot for 2 hours. And then after that, I go back and do another whatever it is in Claude for 2 hours. But that's $40 a month versus 50 or 200, right? So that is a lot cheaper. In fact, I'm using the Copilot version that's actually only it cost me just over $100. It's like lower than the Pro version. It's not even $20 a month. It was like $10 a month. And it gives me quite a bit, but I have hit the limit a couple times. But if I only had to wait a couple of hours to get a reset, which is what you would get with Claude Code, maybe I would just do that. Just use 2 different ones, because Copilot would give me all the other guys. I could use Gemini and some of the different versions of a ChatGPT and even other versions of Claude if I really wanted to. But having 2 of them, I think, gives me a lot of options, and it's a lot cheaper than paying for, the other things. The other option is to do something like use Augment Code. Augment, people have been giving it some pretty good reviews too. So Augment works with other AIs and can kind of do more stuff with them. And so you can kind of work that way too. So you can use Augment plus Copilot, or Augment plus, I don't know if Augment works with Claude Code or not, because Claude Code uses a weird UI. So I don't know how that works, but I think either way, to have 2 is a good way to go, because it gives you a lot and gives you a way to work around some of the limitations for a while. And it's a lot cheaper, I think, than paying for a bunch. 5 hours is not a bad gap. I mean, really, if I can have enough to get me to several hours, then I can go to Copilot. And then I probably never hit the limit on Copilot, because because a lot of times I'm doing things that don't involve the AI. Like lately I've been working on more like this. I'm doing a lot of UI stuff where I don't actually interact with the AI the whole time, because the AI can't do the UI stuff. And then there's other times when I'm doing like the algorithms for these skills that's just me calculating and formulating and putting in objects and the stuff I need to make the formulas work. AI can't figure that crap out. That's like AI's like, I don't know. It can make a guess. It's like, how would you calculate the speed skill? And it would go, well, doing this, 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 and it's like, maybe. And I have actually asked it ideas to see, but I already got formulas built for most of these skills. So I'm just taking the stats I already have, building them in, and if I feel like there's some tweaks I need to make, I'll make tweaks and pull in those skills and build the formulas that way. So once I build those, then I got to do the skill checks, which again, not really AI, so I got to build the formulas for the skill checks, which is the comparatives between the skills, right? So like defender's pass defense versus the hand's ability or the quarterback's accuracy or whatever. All those things have to come together into a skill check to determine if the ball's caught, intercepted, deflected, whatever. And then you got tackle checks and rushing checks and snap checks and handoff checks and all kinds of stuff. You got all these different checks that have to take place during a game to have a player's skills trigger and determine whether or not there's success or failure. See, I am impressed by how good Madden looks, right? But a lot of people complain about the frequency of interceptions or the infrequency of this, that, the other thing. And I don't know how they determine, I don't know how they're calculating success and failure on that stuff. I feel like it's arbitrary. I feel like, just like I feel like their skills and stats that they assign to players are arbitrary. I think they just look at a guy and kind of look and kind of go, he's a 98, he's an 87, he's a blah, blah, blah. He's got these skills, he's that stats. And I don't feel like they're really balancing in a way that makes the game work right. And I think that's kind of why people complain so much. Why one guy just seems like he's a superstar and you're like, yeah, but that's not really how he plays. And I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe once I implement all of my stats and all my skills, some players will actually be stupidly good. I don't know. I don't think so because I've got it all balanced out. So no one player is like the best players, yeah, they have better skills and better stats, but it's not so much that they're going to look like, superstars. Yeah, maybe if they compare against the worst players in the league, like you've got Cooper Kupp going up against Rookie Joe. I don't know. I can't think of any rookie name defenders. You got him going up against these guys, and yeah, he might make him look bad. Maybe he's going to catch every pass. I don't know. But it's got to be balanced in a way where players are always kind of in there, and odds will make it come out realistically. And I don't know what Madden does. I don't understand their underlying engine, but they're beautiful, man. Their games are beautiful. And I'm sorry to all you complainers out there, but the graphics on games like Madden, and I'm not talking about just the NFL versions, but college. You nitpickers. It is not real. I mean, they're not there yet. They're trying to get closer to real, but you are not going to see everybody be perfect. They are manipulating these characters to look about as realistic as they look amazing. I'm sorry. You look at them, truly give them the credit where the credit's due. And they say, well, NFL 2K was better. No, it wasn't. NFL 2K was not better. It maybe did some stuff that you liked better. It may have done some things. It did not look better. Nothing. There's very few games out there that I think look better than Madden. I don't think there are any games. There's some games coming out that look pretty decent, but they all have crap. There's still weird little jumps and twigs. And then these guys get so mad. They're like, I say these guys, YouTubers who are reviewing this stuff, right? They're looking at these characters and it's like, do you see the way that guy jumps or the way he kind of twitches if he falls like that? Dude, did you see every other second of that game, how perfect it was and how amazing they are running it? You don't know how hard it is to get a dude to look that way and that natural And it's like they have them doing right now, the latest version of Madden, they have them doing things that are specific to that player's play style, where they, this one guy always like does quick short passes, or if one guy likes to do shovel passes in a certain way under his arm, whatever they do, they just do it the way that they got a specific player styles. And they said, this is something that they should have been doing way back when. And I'm like, dude, when you're a software developer, you go do it. You prove how much better you are. Yeah, these guys are... The biggest problem Madden has is not their graphics. I'm telling you. If you're complaining about their graphics, you don't understand graphics. You don't know nothing. I'm sorry. Graphics, they are impressive. They're amazing. Yeah, they're trying to improve stuff. And when they say the same thing is in their game as it was in 2000, they had this back in 2020. It's like, I'm sure it's different. They've made improvements. The reason they mentioned it is because it's better. And it's not just, they're not going to tell you, oh, we updated this function that does this thing a little smoother. No, all they can really tell you is we've made this thing better. It does this thing. These players are more precise. These players do this. That's all you can do. But people just, well, so what? It should have been improved the first time. It's like, no, it's not how it works. It's not, when you do code, it's not like, oh, it should have been perfect the first time. It's not. If it wasn't buggy, then maybe it wasn't perfect. Maybe it was the best they could do in 2020. Maybe technology wasn't there. Maybe they didn't come up with the idea to do it a different way. But freaking hey, man, they're better than everybody else. Stop your whining. So I would get off the graphics thing, because I say it gets me mad when people are complaining about Madden. And I'm giving Madden credit where credit's due, because I'll tell you what, Madden is not necessarily great in its other aspects. It's behind the scenes aspects. Its visuals are great. My game isn't going to be that amazing. I mean, I want it to be, but I'm one dude, and they have 50 gajillion dudes and bajillions of money, and they're going to be able to do it and whatever. What the heck? My game's going to look different. I'm hoping it looks... I expect it's going to look better than... Well, okay. I guarantee it's going to look better than some of these other management games, because they don't even bother to try to put players on the field, which is just annoying in its own... I don't understand. Never mind. But anyway, you got... and then some of these guys just want to give you every stat under the sun. Some people like that. And some statistical brainiacs like all that statisticy crap that's everything under the sun. It's like, does that even do anything? I mean, okay, you know what his vertical leap is. Does that play into the game? And is it real? I mean, how do you know? I mean, are they just giving random stats to people? I don't want to give random stats to guys. Yeah, I could probably find someone's height, but does that make them have a good vertical leap? Maybe they're tall and it works good. I don't know. But I would like to be able to put more of that stuff in the future, but only if it has an effect on the game and I can actually have real life-based stats. If I can't find real life-based stats as something to build off of, to make it a logical, balanced formula that I can put into my code, I'm not going to do it. I don't want to put in, like, what was some of these guys? Well, this guy can bench press 225 37 times. Who cares? I don't know. How do you translate that into your game? How do you make that matter? All that is clutter. It's just stuff on the screen. The reason why they have 50,000 tabs on the... Have you seen some of these management games? They've got tab after tab after tab, or some of them it's not tabs, it's menus. You'll click on a menu that's got a submenu of a submenu of a submenu, and then you go up here and there's like 5 menus and they all have menu. It's like, I don't even know what to do with this. I don't want to look at it. I mean, I like management games, but this is just too much. I don't want it. Just like, I throw my hands up, walk away. You got to have a balance. It's got to be something you can realistically play with and understand and have a purpose in doing it. Yeah, some of that stuff might be interesting to look at for the first 2 minutes. Just like, oh wow, you can bench that many. That's great. But eventually you're just going to have this tab of information that you don't need. I want to know what stuff I need. If I train on this or do this, how's it going to affect my guys? So you need to see the end result. How does it improve or add or tweak your stats or give you experience? What is it doing to your guys to actually potentially improve them? If all it's doing is like, okay, you change this, maybe it has an effect on your guys. I don't know. Do you see that result? Do those games go in and say, okay, well, you spent this and now you've got this improvement of 0.076 or something. Some, I get it. Some skill improvements and stats are not going to be. You're not going to go from, say, a 60 to a 65 necessarily. If all the players in the NFL are 70 or higher, well, there's not so much room to play with there, right? I mean, what's the point of a 100-point scale if the first 50 points don't exist? Right? I mean, if nobody is below 50, why are you using a 100-point scale? That's dumb. I mean, if everything is scaled on 100 and you're only using 50 of the points, then it should be a 50-point scale. 0 to 50. You got your bottom and you got your top. That's not, I mean, you could spread it out if you really wanted to and create a, I have a scale factor that allows me to put things over a long period of time. But if you're so if I was scaling a numbers between 50 and 100, and I wanted to scale on 100, the 50 would become a 1, 75 would become a 50, and everything in the middle would spread out. So you'd have a 1 and a 99. But that 1, that's pretty freaking bad. You think it spreads out over 100, and you're going to have huge gaps of all your players. You got 100 receivers, you're going to have guys all over the board. Do you want guys that far apart? I mean, are you ever going to want a receiver that's a 2 or a 3? I mean, rookies, maybe they always start out like a 10, but they have high potential, which is my game's way of making players that we don't know enough about have the potential to be great players, even if we can't prove it, right? I mean, you can't see it. It's potential. I'll be right back. Okay, so where was I? Trying to figure out how to make that thing be the right width. What is this? This is my 1870, which, all right, but why is my canvas so small? Because that is not right. How do I change my canvas size? How do I change the canvas size? Let's go back here. How do I refresh the component? This is a common issue when you change the type of a serialized field in script from text message from listing game object prepaths, keep the old field type cache. Fix, remove and re-add the component. Select your game center and remove the old. I did that. Let's go back over here. Component. It didn't do anything, man. It's not working. Let's go see what the game situation row actually looks like over here. This one? It does say button here. For whatever reason. This. Because it's not compiling. Could be because I have errors. There's probably errors. Go here. Yeah, you too, man. Hopefully I'll see you around soon. Yeah, you have a good one. Get some sleep. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Midnight. Whoa. You are way later. Take it easy, front master. All right, so let's take this. And game card is not connected to set compact mode and no access. You know what? I'm going to put this in this guy because he's the one who gave it to me. This mode exist. Plus, there is already functions in the again, I don't know what configure for play. What the heck is configure for play? Delete the library folder in your project directory. Reopen Unity. Oh, yeah, well, I think the problem is it's not recognizing the new object because the object doesn't compile. I think once I put in a compiling object, it'll recognize it because it doesn't want to rebuild unless the code is compiling. It's one thing about Unity; it doesn't like to recompile stuff unless it works, which makes sense. What else we got here? Fixed game configuration error. Now, let's see if it's smart enough. Okay, what did it do? I think it's kind of weird how this. Wait, tell me what you're doing. Oh, there we go. Get rid of crap and the other stuff. All right. Edited 7 files. No, it only edited 1. All right, so we're going to fix that. Hopefully that will at least fix part of the problem. Okay, so that partly fixes things. does not contain a definition for game plan ID. Play definition does not contain a definition for ID and no accessible extension method. Play definition is something. Situation play definition in the model. Game plan. Game situation. I think it's the player, playbook. Yeah. Using this for now, but there's a limit to how much I'm going to be able to use this. It is. What is this one? Game plan ID. Game situation does not contain a definition. Game plan ID. I think that also is identified already. Game plan model. Game situation.id. These contain a definition for game plan ID. All right, so we got to go figure out what the heck is a game plan. Game situation game plan has a dot ID. Also, game planning website. It's a game plan dot ID. Game. Which is probably confusing. I don't know why I have both. I think it's because it created. I don't know if I like the way it's doing both separately, but whatever. Accepting first argument of type game situation, game plan ID. No extension method, game plan ID. Game situation does not contain a definition for game plan ID and no accessible extension method, game plan ID, accepting a first object of type game situation. Be found. Are you missing a using directive or assembly reference? Not sure what. Game plan ID. All right, so game situations. Also, as a collection. Game situations. Here, these are. What? Okay, so hopefully it's funny. It says I fixed this, but you actually go look at this, and it hasn't fixed them yet. Still working on it. It's doing whatever it's doing, but it hasn't come around to actually fixing them yet. It says I fixed these, but yeah, okay, well, not really. Significant changes there. I should get everything in place, and I click here, and everything's gonna try to update. Hopefully, that gets rid of all of my compile errors. And then, if it does, I should be able to add my game situation row component and get updated values. Assuming, of course, it's able to figure this out. Okay, so that did update that. So now I can go back to my project here, go back to my prefabs, go to game situation rows. And then if I add my component here, and maybe add a game situation row, it should show me the updated buttons. Yeah, see, there we go. They're back. They're back, man. All right, so let's hit save on this guy, and then we'll go back into my game situation. And then when I click on you, I can start adding my buttons. So I got my down button, I got my dispersed button, goal distance button, minutes to half button, score state button, which I'm going to change the name of, but it'll still go here. Situation button. Condition, what the heck? Situation button and condition button? What are you talking about, man? Let's go play type button 1 and play type. Oh, let's play card. Whoa. Okay, I don't know what you're doing, but that is not what that's supposed to be. Okay. I don't know what the heck that is. Situation button and condition button? What the heck is that? Editor prompt prefabs. I haven't even created whatever these things are. Down editor prefab, distance editor prefab, time editor prefab, score editor prefab. Okay, so these are cool. I mean, it's a good idea. Maybe I'll add them in here. Just their own little pop-ups that are going to be part of it, which kind of makes sense because I won't want to. I'll have them instantiate as part of these objects, and then when you click on them, they pop up. So that's probably a good idea. Game card prefab reference. I don't know. Oh yeah, that would be man, got a muscle spasm in my shoulder. It's driving me bonkers. Stop it. What did I do today? Oh yeah, I did bench press and stuff. Kind of wigging out. I mean, you feel that little, muscle twitching. Stop leaving me alone. Stop picking on me. I decide if I want to have a protein bar. You know what? I think I'll kind of highly stocked on my muscle milks, which are only actually not bad. I mean, 25 grams of protein for 160 calories is pretty good. What time is it? It's 2:04. Man, I've spent 2 hours and 45 minutes on this stream and I still don't have this up. I gotta get that going. All right. I really need to. Pretty good, man. I do have some Gatorade protein bars, which are only 20 grams of protein, but they're kind of high in calories. It's like if I need some extra juice. middle, last medium. Why does that say? Oh, because it got too short. Okay, so that's got to be whatever the size of that thing is. 165. Oh, here. Okay. Those are all good for raycast targets, but we need to. I don't know why those are called that. So what is a situation button? And that's not a play type card. Game card prefab. Game card prefab. So we got to put in. What did it want me to put in there? So it did say to put in an object. Editor scripts. Time editors. Yes. Button-based situation. Okay. All right, create 10 child objects, 9 and 10. Empty game objects that will serve as containers for game card prefabs. All right, so we're just going to have game card objects then. So we're going to go create empty objects, and then we'll put in, call this favored play 1. Just drop that in there. Oh, wait. No, we don't want to do that. Let's just delete that. No, empty game object. Favored play. Create 10 challenges. Configure the script references in the inspector. Pro. Assign the 2 container game objects. Assign the 2 container game objects for the game card slots. Oh, so I need to actually put those in. Okay, so game card can go here. Yeah, and it's not play type card 1, 2. All right, so we have to change that. Okay. Not sure what you planned, but the columns after leading by Nintendo, hey, how's it going, my friend? What's the latest? Our buttons meant to select play type with a not the play type card containers are for actual plays and should be labeled favored play 1 and favored play 2. This AI is Bezzy. Bezzy is an add-in for Unity that's supposed to kind of work straight with Unity. Now this is just a trial. I haven't paid for it or anything, but honestly, I'm not sure I like it because it doesn't do, I don't think it does anything that, having Copilot in my Visual Studio doesn't do, or using Claude in my Visual Studio Code doesn't do. I was hoping, because it's an add-in, an actual AI add-in to Unity, that it would have more control within Unity. Like it could actually implement objects and put UI objects into the interface. But it doesn't appear to be able to do that. It seems that it can only manipulate your code, which pretty much is the same thing as using any of my other AI tools can do in there. But I'm trying it out, seeing what I think. Do I think it's good? I don't know. I mean, it's been okay, but I don't feel like it's got any more knowledge or skill than any other. I don't know what. It also doesn't tell me what LLM it's using. It just uses. It's kind of like augment code, which doesn't tell you what it's using. It just uses what it uses, and then you just try to see how good it is. um, so yeah. Let's see, what is this? Did it change it? All right, so we got favorite play 1 and 2 container, and I don't know what those are supposed to be. Game object, play type, editor, prefab, okay. Play type 1 container. Wait, what are you doing? Doing all kinds of weird code stuff, just showing me weird. It's kind of laying out weird, breaking down in its display. I think it's fixing things. I don't know. It may have just broke. I feel like it may have just broke because it's like you got code in weird places. It didn't actually give me a thing. I don't know. I feel like maybe that's not what it was supposed to do. But essentially, what it's trying to do is go here and change these guys. Should be, let's go here and change this. Yeah, how are we going to go change this to? Play card, one container. How about favored? Wow, that is really tiny. Did I really make that tiny? I don't want it to be that tiny. You probably can't even read half of my code. I probably have way too low of a resolution. How does anybody read my stuff? Is that even readable? Tell me, Nintendo, is it readable? What I got going here, man? Or is my text too small? I always wonder if if my stuff is actually visible. Like maybe I have fuzzy code. I need to, I need to start working on putting bigger dis- display so that people can read what I'm doing. It looks fuzzy on my OBS. My OBS looks really like, oh, is it good? On my OBS, it looks terrible, but it's just a tiny, it's only a third of my screen, so it's pretty small. I just made it big right now, but here, exactly here. I don't know what the heck this is supposed to be. Situation button? Let me replace that with play type. Play type. Is play type one word? No, that's two words, right? Play type. Because yeah, why would you have a play type? No, yeah, play type one. Oops, yeah, cool. I shouldn't do this on everything though. Oh, I think we're okay because that's changing this thing. I don't know what the heck those are supposed to be, but I'm overriding them. I am trying to get used to using a higher resolution for the sake of better display because I think what is this thing going on up here? Is that what do I have going in the corner of my screen? What is that? Is that Unity that's doing that? What is this? Where did this come from? You see that? I got this NA 49%. Is that what's showing that? That game thing? Is that Windows key R? Nope. Windows G? No, that's the Windows G, man. Okay. Windows G is it? I don't know what this is. I don't know how I turned that on, is basically what I'm saying. Obviously, I turned it on. There's some hotkey or something I clicked that turned that on, but I don't know how I did it. Showing my frames per second, my GPU usage. Which, by the way, my frames per second, apparently I'm not actually using any frames. Like, yeah, that doesn't apply here. You're not using any frames. Okay, I think we've got it all loaded up. Now I just got to see, what am I missing here? I've assigned that objects. What else do I need? Do I need anything else? Oh, I got to create these prefabs. Game card prefabs. Game card prefab reference. All right, so I probably need to put this in here. Oops. What else? Play type. Oh, this is the button, so I'm going to go right there. I thought I already put those in, but apparently not. All right. So now I got to create these little pop-up prefabs. Now these are like little forms, little tiny forms that are going to pop up when we click on stuff, allowing me to do stuff like enter the values that are going to go into these fields. What I'm also going to need, I think, is a button to delete row, a delete situation row. So yeah, I'm going to create that right now. I'll put a brand new button in here. Let's go. Copy it. Let me get down here. Call this delete situation. And then call it here and type. I want to put in a cool icon. Do I have a cool icon? I may have a cool icon. Let's go do a cool icon. I don't know if I have a delete cool icon or not, but let's see here. Texture, UI, icon. Hmm. Hmm. What would a fantasy style garbage pail look like? Probably just colorize, right? Just be a garbage bin that looks like same color as all my other garbage bins. Um, Yeah, I don't know what icon I can use. There's got to be an icon I can put on there though. There's probably some default icon for this. UI sprite material. I don't know if there are any default icons, honestly. I mean, Unity doesn't have a lot of default icons. It's kind of crappy that way. Like this thing, I had to go get this. I had to find this cycle icon. And this passkey icon, had to go find that too, because that's like... And I think if I could remember where I got those, I'd go back, but I don't even know if I can figure out where I got those. I'd have to go find. But it was like a whole sheet of all these common icons. You can get them, and then you just change their colors, and they'd be what you want. But it had a whole bunch of them, and now I can't remember where that was. But I need a garbage pail. All right. Well, this is going to be too big. How do I make this the right size? So if I think that those are all the right, then it's going to be about like that. No. And why? How do I get this to be the right width? Well, my container holding my what is this? Game situation row is smaller than the row. But direct and swarm is disabled. How do I increase the... I'm asking, I shouldn't ask that kind of question of my limited usages. Bezier only gives you for its trial 100 questions. Then you're done. Then you're paying 20 bucks a month or you're dumping it. So it's a thing. I probably already have used 20 at least. And I'm not necessarily overwhelmed by how awesome it is. Use layout element component. Okay, well, when you have layout components like horizontal layout group and layout element, Unity disables the rect transform controls because these components are managing the size automatically. Wait. So I have to go... They are? Those don't even have full length sizes. Select your game situation around the hierarchy, find the layout element component in the inspector, enable and set these properties. Preferred width. Wait, there's not, those don't exist. There is no preferred width on either one of those. It's like, what are you talking about, preferred width? It says, use layout component recommended. Select your game situation row in the hierarchy. Okay, did that. Find the layout element component. Yep, got it right here. Oh, maybe I have to go prefer width. Ah, that's how you do it. Okay. Hmm. Enable. Set desired width. That's minimum width. Oh, such a minimum width. Huh. Well, I need to put this delete button in, so we're gonna have to add that guy in there. So he's on top. Text. Did I know? No, I did. What the heck? How come that's not? There's a weirdness about this button. This button should have just been spaced out like all the rest of them. One of the move by. All right, so see what's going on here. Yep, Copilot, chat. Working on it. I'm working on it, man. I don't know. I'm trying to decide at some point here. I want to do. I gotta buy a second AI helper. I'm trying to decide if it's going to be Cursor, Claude, Windsurf, Augment Code, something. I want a second one. I want to try one of these other ones and actually pay for it, but it's $240 for a year, man. It's so much. So much for a poor guy, but still, I need something. I'm just trying to see which one is going to give me the most bang for my buck, you know? Um, a horizontal component. Let it not into the auto fitting. This one may have a fixed width height or anchors that prevent. Oh no. What are the anchors on this? No. I mean, nothing that stands out from the other buttons in this thing. If the button or its children have a layout element component with a fixed size value, it will override. Nope, doesn't have that either. I mean, it's basically a copy of another button that's already in there. All I'm doing is apparently covering things up. May have settings that prevent children from expanding solutions, like parent with horizontal layer group in the inspector. Enable child force expand. Yep, oh, that's on already. Why are you being different from everybody else? What is your thing, man? Why are you being like that? Thing is, all I did was copy all the other buttons into it, and they didn't have a problem being added as separate objects. That one went in as a separate object. How come this guy's not doing that? Okay. Not sure what the heck. Wait, did it go in as a separate object? Oh, it did go in as a separate object. I don't know what I'm thinking. I don't know, guys. Maybe I just thought that was the thing. Just ignore me. I don't know. Delete. Delete button. That's fine. I don't need a delete situation. I know what it is. Okay, so we need to move these guys in somehow. How do I get this object? That is a thing. Oh. All right. All right. Well, so I added the favored play to my come on, can't learn to type. Horizontal layout group, but they are not actually positioning. They are in the group. Should I open the panels, or how do I make them position at the end of the row? Oh, there goes all of my caffeine for the day. Use layout element mode. I have a layout element mode for each button in your game situation row. Select each button. Add layout component if already present. Set these properties. Flexible width. Prevents buttons from expanding. I'm worried about display on different devices. So I'm really curious how my game's going to look on different devices, because they all have different resolutions, right? Different pixel widths. So it's going to be interesting to see how things, like, is my game going to work on low resolution phones? Probably not. I think I'm building it for high resolution phones. Now that would mean like flagship products. I don't know if it's going to work on. I don't know if it's going to work on low resolution phones. There's not going to be enough pixels because everything's going to get all broken. And I don't know how it's going to render on those. Now there are some samples in here. I think when I get this working, or at least displaying a little bit, I'm going to load up some different options and just see what it does. See how it's rendering on different styles of phones, because it has some default simulator objects that you can put it in to see how it works. For each button in your game situation distance, I don't want to add not already present set these. Add space for element. Create a game object as child of game situation row. Name it spacer. Add layout element component set property. Configure favored play containers. Display your favorite play 1 and 2 containers. Select each container. Add layout element components. All right, let's try that. Let's first try that before I start doing all those other weird things. The layout. Oh, look, that just putting that in automatically puts it in there. Just boom, it's already in there. Bam, there you go. Of course, that's. Oh, did I not change the text on that? Now, I'll change this to delete, but I don't think I'm going to be displaying the word delete. I think ultimately it's going to be nothing. And it's going to be a little tiny itsy bitsy icon. This one's going to have like, all right, I need to go get a better icon. Let's go see if I can find a better icon for this. See, it's $20 a month for Bezzy. And the thing is, everybody's $20 a month. Everybody's $20 a month. You got Claude's $20 a month. You got GPT's $20 a month. Cursor $20 a month. Windsurf's $20 a month. Copilot, and that's just for the cheap ones, right? I mean, obviously there's more, and there's Augment's $20 a month. You can't have it all, man. You got to pick something. But some of these tools work well together. Like Claude Code could work good with Cursor, so that's 20 and 20. But that's what's that? 240 or 480 bucks a year for just those two. I mean, some of these things work well together because they enhance each other and they work as a team. But some of these apps, you know, they work okay, but they work on their own. So it's like, is it worth it? It's like, I don't think Bezzy's worth it. I don't know that Bezzy's doing anything that stands out as what makes Bezzy unique. Just because it's an add-in for Unity, if it doesn't actually do something that other AIs can do, why would you use Bezzy? I mean, I guess, no, that doesn't even work. I don't know why. I don't know what its benefit is at this point. Let me, I wonder if you can go to does Bezzy have, like, can you ask him? I mean, like, yeah, here we go. Need more support. Nope. It's not. Try to click it. Didn't actually go anywhere. I don't want to. Let's just, come on. Don't you have a Bezzy website? Hmm. Pricing docs. You know what? I just realized Bezzy doesn't actually have a copyright, privacy, security terms, products. There's like not a improvements to memory, better, smarter search for your project, learn, quickly index, debug code, context-driven suggestions. I just don't understand how it's different from factors and more to provide custom AI assistance as you build. Because it shows it like it works with Unity, right? But what's it doing? I mean, why? I don't know. I would like to ask a person. I don't feel like it's doing anything that's different. Yeah, all right. Let's go see if we're gonna ask these guys. Anybody know what exactly? Accept as Tazion Zero. Sure. Sounds good. Ah, yep. Just get out of there. You want to ask a question? Ah, boo. Right. General discussion. Anybody actually talking here? Okay. Then trying out Bezzy. I thought maybe it. Not maybe. Being, I see. I'm gonna share my text, and we'll see if anybody actually responds to me. maybe being an actual extension Unity, that it could do something that other AI agents could not in the Unity environment. Honestly, it doesn't seem to be any different than just using the cursor for the video, etc. Okay, let's not say agents, let's just say AI tools. Hoping it could fully manipulate the text of what the All right, okay, been trying out Busy. I thought maybe being an actual extension Unity that could do something that other AI agents could not in the Unity environment. But honestly, it doesn't seem to be any different from just using any other AI tools in Cursor, VS Code, VS, etc. I was hoping it could actually manipulate actual UI elements, but it doesn't. So what is the difference? So let's see here. Yeah, they take a while to reply. General discussion. Maybe I should copy this and try it in a different location, because it looks like they don't actually. Let's see, Jam Chat, Bezy Showcase, introductions. This can go Bezy feedback. 1046, 1049, 1039. Okay, so some people actually, it's this. There's actually some replies in here pretty quick. So let's see if they do. All right, let's see what some of these questions are. Yeah, I know that. And follow-up issues or related scripts are fixed pretty quickly. I like that. One thing I've been missing from GPT that I could upload screen recordings describing my issue with basically anything. And it could address and fix pretty much anything. Yeah, I noticed that. And the follow-up issues are really okay. The plan is for our first iteration of this to be live by end of July. Wait, what? ChatGPT works very well for me, to be honest, but Busy overall is much better as it gives you information why stuff don't work. Yeah, but that's just ChatGPT. If you use Claude, Claude will tell you why things don't work. So I'm not sure how Busy stands out. Let's see what other people are complaining about. Let's see. Yeah, problem is when I change the code over and over, not adding debug, and then goes see the issue now, you get more script changes, nothing changed at all. I see the issue. I have noticed that you have to be really careful for what you ask for. Small steps all the time. But otherwise, my so far common prompt, please check the scene and identify issues till all the errors are gone. I'll copy the exact error in Busy, and when there's no error, I try to describe exactly what happens. But overall, Busy is still kinda a prompt dumping machine. Solo play, everything seems fine, but networking is hard for Busy. Once it even helped to link a documentation website. I don't know. I mean, I feel like all the stuff they're talking about can be done anywhere. Maybe because these guys aren't using VS Code or Visual Studio and they're just using straight up Unity, and they need to. I don't know. They don't. I don't know what IDE they're using for their. I mean, you can't even. I mean, it's not a code editor. It's just an AI, but it. Yeah, I don't. I don't really know what it does. I can't seem to download Bezier for the life of me. It just seems to refreshing the page. I like Ask mode because it acts as a teacher. Like, yeah, it's very educational. Explaining. I mean, it does explain stuff, I suppose. Rejected all changes thinking it would reject the changes the current prompt was trying to make, and instead I ended up with a bunch of files removed from the very beginning of the project. I wasn't using it in a production since it's still in beta, but if I was, that would have been a disaster. Feedback, we've let our team know. Reject all would reject all pending changes from the thread. I tend to accept reject as I go and use different threads for different tasks. That's kind of how you should do it. But, all right, no response. Come on, people. I need a response. I need you to tell me why Bezzy. Why? Why am I using this? I would like to tell you some more concern regarding Bezzy. Bezzy is really good for specific things. I don't see it. Once again, I'm not saying Bezzy is bad. Matter of fact, it helped me create a lot of parts of my shader, my game for this base code. But again, any AI will tell you how to do that. It doesn't actually create your stuff though. If the AI can't do the job, like there isn't even an option for an agent to try to like, here, let me build your shader for you. Yeah, you have to still put in the settings, but put it in, put the basic settings of what you describe, what you want. I'd like a shader that does this and has that, and then it could build a shader that does this and has that. But if it doesn't actually do any of that, then what's the difference from asking any other AI to do it? I don't know. I just don't see it's. Why would I pay $20 for Bezzy versus all these other things? I'm trying to justify, because if I'm going to do another one, I'm working in Unity. If it did something in Unity that was, maybe I just haven't used it enough. But 100 questions isn't going to be enough. I'm going to burn through these 100 questions. I'm already about 50 in, and yeah, my time of using Unity or Bezzy is coming to an end already. What do I like about what it's done so far? I don't know. I don't think it does anything that Cloud Code doesn't do. And why not just continue to use Cloud Code? All right, so that's right. Let's go get my icon. I was gonna go get a better icon. So Unity icon sprites. See what we got here. No, not unit. Unity. Unity icon sprites. There you go. Reddit, Unity discussions. Unity icon sprites. Unity icons, Unity asset store. Let's go look at this. What better place than the Unity icon store? Nope, nope. I want free ones because I'm cheap. All right, all right, all right. I'm not cheap. I'm poor. Different thing altogether. Did I ever actually download the unit? There was a thing that you just click and it downloaded it as an object. Gosh dang it. Unity Asset Store. Color icon. It doesn't even have to be color. There you go. Basic sprites icon. Unity Asset Store. Oh, no, I don't want. I just want user interface. AI gave me a cool one at one time. Now I can't. Nope. There you go. There's some free ones. Main vector icons. UX flat icons. many are there? 1.9 megabytes worth. The one I saw was just this huge page, and you would just click on it, and it would just. All right, let's go see who gave them to me. Oh, who gave them to me? Whose idea was it? It was one of the AIs. Ugh. Like, nope, nope. Shutterstock, Cycle, Icon, royalty-free images. You gotta pay. Yeah, royalty-free, but they're not free. That's a different thing altogether. Recycle or refresh or whatever. Great, gurgly murgly. Can I go look at my previous chats? Did I download it? I don't think it was a downloaded thing. I'm pretty sure I don't have it. Go back over here. Can I search my discussions? Is that a thing? Search chats. That's the way the table fell. Would you like me to provide a sample 9 slice order spray? That it? The only places I mentioned icons? Really? All it found? Okay. New download issue, Versal authentication issue. Poly Hall, football character, fantasy fun. Fantasy, GitHub, actions, Docker test, tail scale, Go microservice, Git permissions. UI panel copy. Okay, maybe it wasn't this one. Quad? This is why you gotta save links to places, man. You find a cool thing, you go, oh, I gotta save this. I didn't do that. Can I search my yeah. Search your chats. Information layout, component. Nope. 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 Okay. Simple, free, Unity, icon. Icon downloader. This is the one?
Hey
Maybe
guys,
this
it's
guy's
Matt. Welcome to Speed Tutor, and today we're going to be looking at a really awesome little asset called the Unity Icon Downloader. And do you ever one of those people who gets really annoyed because you've always got to search for icons and search the ends of the earth to try and find something that you might want? Now I might have an asset for you, and it can do it all in the Unity editor, which is just adding an image to a canvas, and then you can search for whatever you want. So be sure to check out my Patreon and support the channel and get access to over 145 different scripts, assets and projects you cannot find anywhere else. Check out all the links in the description, all the savings across Humble Bundle to get hold of this, and it comes with instructions on how to install it, how to use it, and what it can help you do. Now we're going to just go through the basics of it. So what we need to do to get started, we need to copy this link here to get the actual repository that we want.
Oh, I got that. Oh, I got that. All right. I don't think I don't have any idea where I'm going. How about and these are like money. Yeah, well, Meshy sucks. Meshy's okay, but it's not great. Kind of iffy. Maybe my problem is I'm expecting it to do color, or maybe I'm not expecting it to do color. I just feel like it doesn't render stuff very well. I mean, I guess if you've already built good images, maybe. I don't know. So there's a sprite selection window. And how do I select an icon in Unity? Generate my responses. The most common assigning an icon to a UI image button. Import the icon. Select the UI element. Assign. Setting a script. Does Unity have any built-in icon? Garbage pail. Delete. Custom icons. Oh, fonts. Maybe that's what it was. Google font icons. I think that's might have been the one I wanted. That's right. It was considered a fonty thing. Aha. Maybe it was something like this. Go delete. These look good. We got auto delete. No, we're not doing no auto delete. We do delete sweep. There's a generic delete button. Looks pretty generic. That's kind of what I'm looking at, I guess. Cause I don't know what's another good. None of these guys look like good delete options. I mean, you can do the X. Just put an X on it. Classic X. It's closed though. X is a close. I guess I could just use that button. Did I go ask Sora to make me an icon? Let's see if Sora can do me an icon. Sorry, Mr. Bird. You don't know what you're talking about. Larry Bird goes, I can't see putting $60,000 into a car when our house growing up was $10,000. I'm like, not to you, it wasn't. Even if it may have been $10,000 to your grandfather, like my grandfather, I don't know. I think he paid about $10,000 for his house back in the day, but that house is probably worth. It's not a huge house, and it's in a small city, small town, but it's still probably worth $300,000 or $400,000 now. Pretty good markup, but still, we need a nice page of potential. Delete icons. No background. No background. Good. Delete garbage pail is kind of the thing, right? I mean, the only other thing is the word delete, garbage pail, or what? What is another thing you can? Is there a football related delete? What would that be? A tackle? You could use a tackle. Like, what the heck is a tackle for? You're deleting stuff. Oh, okie dokie. Yeah, I don't think like what kind of icon would represent deleting? Having a guy on a stretcher going off with a broken leg. He's kind of like done. Get rid of him. Uh, what would be some good football related delete icons? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything else. That's kind of what I would. That's about the limit of my ideas for football related delete icons. These are weird. Why are they all black? So it did give me a selection. Garbage pails with X's on them, and one without, and some these things with X's on them. Honestly, this is probably the best one right there. I don't know why these are all weird like this, but it might work. Why are they black? I don't know. Maybe it'll still work because I can. Let's see. Edit with. All right. Let's try open with. We'll break that out into a garbage pail or into a single icon, and then we'll drag it in here and we'll turn it into a bit thingy and see if it'll set the color on it. We'll go with this one. All right, so we'll go cut, clip, crop, whatever. Gotta make this a small. Save. I'm gonna say where do I want to put that? Let's go. PFM. What I currently use. Here. Let's say elite. And go here. Click. Right. Oh, why does that happen? Why does my like sometimes these windows just freeze for some bizarre reason? View. Delete icon. In here. And here. Set it to 2D UI. Single. Oh, we don't need 256. 64-bit? Probably good enough to apply. Good? Yeah, it says 256. Let's change it back to 256. Yeah, single. What do you mean? My width height is not a multiple of 256? Minor. Let's go to my image resizing here. Image resize. And we'll say I don't know. It has to be divisible by 4. 256. Then we got to set this to something like, this is the height, so it's got to be taller, right? So what is, so 400 maybe? No, 300. At 300. There we go. Now we'll save it. That should be divisible by 4, right? I mean, 300 is divisible by 4, but I don't know if 256 is divisible by 4 because I don't know what that works out as, but we will try it anyway. All right, so delete this. Put this guy in here. Try it again. We'll try this guy. Click here. Put this guy. And shrink this square. Obviously, it's got to be super tiny. So we're going to go 30. I think. I'm going to go to text and delete the text. And then I'm going to set the color. See, it may not work. How did I do these ones? I don't know. But there's a thing you have to do to make your icons be color changeable. And I don't know what it is. There's got to be some trick here, man. There's some trick. You got to interact with it. Asset post processors. How is that not a multiplier of 4? Whatever. Well, doesn't look much like a garbage pail, does it? it's kind of like, that doesn't look very garbage pail-y. I mean, kind of, sort of, but I wish it's not great. I'm just saying. Now, there's a good chance this isn't going to work exactly like I expect it to, because I have a feeling my columns aren't going to match up. Even though I kind of tried to match them according to what the text is. Problem is, these guys here are not exactly, the problem is this is going to try to spread out over the same area. So unless I can make these guys be the same width. What are they, 100? I don't think that's right. So I have to go back. I have to hit save here. And let's go put in, what is this supposed to be? So it's 175. So this is 175. So I got to go back over to my prefabs. Go to game situations. These guys have to be 175 in width. 175. This guy. Now it is possible that I have to add like an extra column or something to the other one to make it be about the size. But that is an ugly looking garbage pail. You got too many lines. Maybe 3 is too many lines for a garbage pail. I should just use the icon that, I mean, what is the difference between this icon really and the icon that I was going to use inside of the fonts? Probably nothing. Probably would have saved me some work. If I just used the, I mean, really. Is it even available here? What is this? Nope. No. Is that one? Google. Oh. Yeah, let's just take the classic. This one's probably good enough. Sure, it works. I don't know if there's any other there's probably better ones. I feel like there's better ones. I just don't know what they are. Might as well. Open this up. I'm try to use this guy over here because I don't need to change anything about it. Oops, nope, I do got to change it because that's not where it goes. This one, go like that. Single. And then we'll go back to here. I think that even more, that looks better now, even though it's super tiny. I haven't figured out how to make it colored yet, but we'll work on that. Okay, I don't know what else to do. I think this is done. I just got to test it, I guess. If it correctly is calling all of my stuff, then we might be on the right track. Maybe kind of in a way. Let's get rid of this. I don't need that anymore. And right, so all right, so I have a game situation prefab. Okay, I've created my game situation. Now let's go finish working with Bezzy because Bezzy knows more what I'm doing. We have finished creating my game situation prefab for the requirements. Yeah. Game situation, let's call it game situation row prefab per the requirements for next. What object needs to be in my game panel, or not my game plan panel to house the prefab when it renders. I do already have a I don't know. This thing doesn't feel like the right thing. I feel like there's something else that's got to exist here. Yeah, something about this feels like the wrong thing. What object needs to be in my game plan panel to house the prefab rendering? Sorry. Perfect. Now you need to set up the proper container structure to dynamically instantiate your game situation panel. Which is me because I'm getting cold, man. It gets so cold down here, man. When it's hot outside, it's like in the mid 80s. My AC goes nuts, or our heat pump goes nuts, and it starts cranking cold air, which is meant to cool the upstairs, but it freezes me out downstairs. I feeling like there's more in there. There is not, but it's just such a heavy container. I mean, for what it is, it's just thick and heavy. Okay. The key object you need is a scroll view P viewport content. Add these components to the content object. Vertical layout group. All right, I got scroll view GP viewport content. All right. Add these components to the content object. Okay, so for the content object. So I don't need this. All right, let's delete that. Go to the content object. All right, so vertical layout group. Vertical layout group. And a content size fitter. Okay. Content size fitter. Okay, vertical layout group spacing 5 to 10. Gap between rows. Do I need 5 to 10? Do I need row spacing? I don't know if I want row spacing. Width and height. Control child size. Child control sizes, width and height. Layout controls row size. Okay. Child force expand width. Rows expand to full width. Wait, no, I already did that. File alignment, upper left. Okay. Horizontal fit, unconstrained. Got it. Vertical fit, preferred size, height grows with content. Preferred size. That's for the content total. Okay. Create game plan manager script. You'll need a script to instantiate the game situation row prefabs. Wait, don't I have that already? I think I already have a game plan manager. Just me, man. Let me see. UI. I have a game plan UI manager right here. What is the deal? You're absolutely right. You already have one. Aha! Handles the game plan interface. Looking at the code, it's quite comprehensive and handles exactly what you need. Da, 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 da. What you need to do. Step 1. Assign references in Game Plan UI Manager. These assigned to the inspector. Okay, so where is that attached? I would imagine here. Nope. Here. Nope. Game plan panel. Oh, all right. Then we'll add it right there. What is it? Game plan UI manager. All right. So we need to go in here, add the offense button, the defense button, special teams button, scroll view port, scroll view game port is this guy. Game situations container. Game situations prefab. The situations panel. I'll have to ask that loading indicator. I don't have a loading indicator. I probably should, but I don't. Game card prefab. Oh, okay, so we don't need that. I feel like I already. Wait a minute. So is it really necessary to add the game card prefab to both the game plan situation prefab and the game plan manager? What do the game situation pin? And object of the Sun Wukong Ri. What? What are you talking about? Really? Okay, now you made. Oh, that's weird. Now I got. Or are you are you making stuff up? Are you messing with me? Nah, you got me wondering. Okay, so what is this? What are you talking about? Glad you're here. You're making stuff up. I don't see nothing. You had me going. You tricked me. You tricked me, but I don't know what you're talking about. Certainly nothing. Good one. You got me. You made me look. I don't know what the heck. But yeah, my Discord's clean. Definitely made me look. All right. Well, anyway. What's up, Sun Wukong? How you doing, man? So is it really necessary to add game card prefab to both the game plan situation prefab and the game plan UI manager? Also, what do I add to the container? Is that the parent object of the scroll view game plan? Getting cold down here. I'm gonna be wearing a blanket again soon. It seems silly to be wearing a blanket in the middle of summer, but it gets so cold downstairs. So what are you up to this fine day there, Sun Wukong? Was I? Well, see, now that's a thing. That's why you got to be careful about showing texts because you never know what people are putting in on your text. Because I have some filters on my Discord, but I don't know if I cover everything, right? Just chilling and vibing. You vibing code? Is that what you're doing? Or are you just vibing? Just like sitting back? You need it in both places, but for different reasons. Oh, really? Gameplan UI Manager has the master game card prefab preference when creating rows. When creating rows, uses reflection to set the prefab on each row instance. Game situation row uses its own prefab reference to essential game cards. Huh. Okay. You say so, man. Don't know why, but if that's what the situation is, let's go with it. All right. So, uh, game situation container assignment. The game situation container should be content container, game plan, situations panel, scroll view. Not the parent OVGP, but the content objects inside it. Oh, wait, what? Oh, game situation container assignment. So scroll view GP, viewport. Really? Okay, I totally had that wrong. Rudy, really? That's the one with the short guy who played for Notre Dame, right? And was able to. They let him score a touchdown at the end. Actually, I think my wife just got home. She went to go swimming with some at a friend's house, and then she just got back. Don't know what she's doing now. Hopefully, she's making dinner. I'm wishing, dreaming and a wishing. I don't know if sometimes she does. So I'm just like fingers crossed. More likely than not, I'll be going upstairs and making a tuna sandwich. But hey, doesn't hurt to hope and dream. Okay, well, I think I have everything plugged in, so I'm tempted to give this thing a go. I'm guessing it's just going to error. At least there's nothing on here that looks like it's got a compile problem, so that won't be an issue. Let's take my situations panel and see if I can make it make this thing clear at least. Didn't have any visual. Now I don't have any of the prefabs that are required to click on to make anything run, but let's see. I got my down indicator, first and goal, minutes left, score, playtime. So my game plan. Let's see how close I am to actually getting anything useful. Let's click the run button. Let's see. Oh, I have the wrong things all displayed. I don't know. Something about my text. I don't like the way this text looks. I try to make it lighter or have a highlight going around to show in the dark areas, but it looks crappy. It looks terrible. I gotta fix that. That's not good. Yeah. I don't know. Let's go look at let's see what we got. So nothing loaded here. That's not good. Why don't we have the wrong thing showing? This thing, where's my title screen? That's supposed to be showing. All right, there's my title screen. And I should be able to navigate if everything's running. Oh, everything is just totally wonky, man. Why isn't it making the right things fuel? Be visible. But I click back here. All right, something is totally wonkers. Let's stop this. What is going on? All right, so we're going to turn you off. And then we're going to turn you on. Okay, that's how it's supposed to start. Okay, all right, something is it now? Yeah, there's something's weird. Okay. That is not the way it's supposed to be showing up right now. Can you tell why these panels are not loading default the title screen loading? Even when I navigate via the navigation panel, activation. I don't know. So something went weird. Something is off the rockers, man. Downright just went and kicked the bucket. Thing is, have you ever, I don't know if you've ever used AI to the point where you're working on this kind of stuff, but AI never tells you you're wrong. It should. Sometimes you'll go like, well, everything looks right. No, it'll always say, oh, I see the problem. And it'll tell you something and it'll try to make a fix. And you're like, are you sure? Because that doesn't look like a thing that's gonna help. But it'll come up with something, even if there's no solution. There are naming discrepancies. I mean, it's probably a good thing. Script reference, actual scene object. I should probably have these matched just because. Playbook button. Yeah, that's not the same. Okay, so panel reference issues. Count panel. Here's our count panel. All right, whatever. Solution steps. Fix navigation button references, which doesn't really do much. I don't think changing the references is going to change much. Verify initial panel state. Make all panels are inactive except the title screen panel. Yeah, they are all out. They're all off except the title screen panel. Test the navigation. Play the scene. Check the console for debug output. You know, maybe that's what I need to do. Let's go look at the console. What did it do? Oh, did it actually make those changes? I guess I'm okay with those changes for the most part. Let's go see what they are, though. How many things did it change? Just one. So, all right, so we got this one. Debug the initial state. Verify panel. Debug UI state. Start coroutine. Oh, I hate coroutines. Oh, I got to get rid of the coroutine. I didn't know I still had coroutines. Boo, coroutines. It's dumb. That's my changes. That's it. 2 things. That's all it did. Doesn't navigate to them. Interesting. All it did was I'm not even sure how that's different. Does that look the same? Oh, it's turning on the it's turning that back on. It was turned off. Okay, oh, whatever. I don't think that's going to have much of an effect of anything. All right. We'll look at my console and see if anything's not like appearing correctly. See how this is like, why is this going, why is that disappearing? There are some errors in here. What's going on here? Why is it turning off my screen, man? Game plan button reference is missing. No, it's not. It's right there. The variable game plan panel. So these things might be tripping it up. I probably need to add like something to this. What do I need to do here? Navigation panel. Right, debug. Huh. I don't see what the I don't see what the what's going on here. Game plan button reference is missing. Set up navigation buttons. Okay. Unassigned. Can I send you something? I can't find this on YouTube. 21 minutes, 25. Uh, can you want to send me something you can't find on YouTube? I don't know. Want to give me a little bit more context as to what it is you're sending me? Seems a little generic there, man. A little more context, please. What are you sending me that's 21 minutes and 25 seconds long? Now, why would you need to find, what would you be finding on YouTube? It's from the show Family Guy. Oh. That's a long thing, though. That's like an entire episode, isn't it? 21 minutes and 25 seconds. That's like an entire episode. Oh, really? So you can watch Family Guy on free. Huh. Yeah, I'll take a look at that when I'm done here. Oh, a particular spot. Oh, okay. All right, let me see here. I'll see. Fix missing navigation button manager reference. Okay, so current issues. The errors are clear. You have missing references in your navigation button manager component. Let's fix them step by step. So it said it fixed them. I don't see an error. Game plan button reference is missing. Field is null. Solution. Assign missing references. Find the navigation button manager in the hierarchy. All right, well, I have that right here. Well, should be. Where the heck is it? Oh, it's right here. How's it missing? Oh, the game plan button. How did I not put that in there? And the game plan panel, which is right here. Maybe that's the problem. I didn't know what to do with those things missing. Ah, gotta resign them. God, you can't do stuff while it's running. Don't do stuff while it runs. You know better than that, Ken. Cut it out. All right, try that again. So let's just save because it's just gotta do. Let that compile for a moment. All right, let's see if I can find this here. Oh, I gotta go to my Whisper. Why'd you send me there? Well, you should put it on my Discord. Let's see, Family Guy. Family Guy can be pretty good sometimes. I like it. It's not a bad show. I'm always getting these things on TikTok. You know, TikTok's always like sending you little Family Guy clips. Well, I guess if you watch them, it keeps sending them to you. If you don't watch them, probably won't get them anymore. Oh, it's Twitch. Neat. Hi, movies. Watch. What do I go on to? 25 minutes and 25 seconds. Okay. My browser went and updated itself. A second. Hmm. Nope. Nope. Not working. Yeah, normally I'd be a little worried about this. Probably be more
You've
worried
been
than I
traveling
am.
the world, but what does it mean to bring it back to Los Angeles and be here today?
I mean, like this is what I really look forward to. I look forward to being here with the audience, with my cast, with my crew, many of whom are seeing the movie for the very first time. So I'm incredibly excited to be here. It just doesn't get any better than this.
You just mentioned a lot of people are seeing this for the first time tonight, and that's because tonight we're gonna have a jam-packed crowd. Why is it so important for people to go see this film in theaters and on the biggest screen possible?
Well, this is a movie
It's
that you have
confirmed.
to see on the big
Okay.
screen, whether it's IMAX or in 3D, 4DX. There's so many great formats to see this in, but it's something that needs to be experienced communally in the theater, surrounded by friends and family, and seeing all the flying.
Trying to make me install
crazy
something,
Clark,
so I don't know if it's gonna work.
kaiju, robot, flying dog action you can get.
It's insane. There's so
It wants me to install Opera. I don't want Opera. I see the Family Guy, but it's like, why does Opera unlock more ways? I don't want Opera.
much in this film that we've never seen in a superhero film,
No.
which I think is a part of what makes it so special. Superman has been a character that has stood the test of time since day one. He is the
original superhero.
So for you, what do you think resonates most with people when it comes to this character, and why has he lasted so
Okay.
long?
Because, you know, the guy is strong, he can fly, he can shoot beams out of his eyes, but he's also got the greatest heart of any character in history of the world in a lot of ways. He's just a really big-hearted guy. He stands for justice, he stands for truth, he stands for sticking up for the little person, he stands for protecting those who need to be protected.
Fine.
And I
This
think
site
that
keeps
resonates
wanting
with
me to
people today.
buy
James,
stuff.
thank you so much for joining me on this stage.
Taking me to
It's just a
Alibaba.
pleasure to see you, brother.
Thanks. I've seen you in a lot of countries now. He's everywhere.
I'm following you all over the place.
Oh, follow me. Okay.
I see all the Family Guy links, but keeps file is ready to download. What? I don't know, man. Doesn't look like it wants to actually run the thing.
Hey everyone, let's dive into the fascinating journey of Bank of America. From its modest
Okay, now I've
beginnings
got
to
a
becoming
Bank
a
of America
financial
link.
titan, Bank of America.
I don't know what it's called. Dude, this ain't gonna work. You're right. I'll have to go look it up because doesn't seem to be anything.
طبعا هو كده تمام معانا اهو.
Nothing is loading this Family Guy episode. It's showing me it. It shows it on the screen, but it refuses to actually load anything. So I can see all the episodes of season 2 Family Guy, but I can't run any of them. Go look at my Discord. Monk. Nice name, man.
Okay.
What's up, guys? We're here with the man of the night, Superman himself, David
All right, I'll
Corn
make it in a
Sweat.
couple minutes.
David,
So
you've been all
look,
over
I'll
the
just do it over the Discord stream because if you don't have a pop-up blocker, that thing's probably trying to send you to here, there, and everywhere.
Well, I had a pop-up blocker, but it wouldn't load at all when I did that. It just
So
kept saying,
this
"You
is
need to go ahead."
this is the site that I sent you. I don't know if you can see my stream right now, but it is 100% legit. I use Brave browser when I use this site, so I don't ever have to deal with any pop-ups of any kind.
I've
But
never
yeah,
even
this
heard
is
of
the
that browser.
Brave. Oh, it's great. Do you have the stream pulled up?
Let's see here. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so I'm just gonna play the scene for you because I can't find. I tried looking it up on YouTube. I cannot find the scene anywhere. But the premise of this episode is Peter finds out that his house falls under nobody owns it. It's not part of the United States of America, so he decides to make his own territory, and the U.S. wants to invade him and take him over. And this is him basically having to sign away all of his rights as a nation, basically.
Oh.
So this is him submitting to the governor of Rhode Island.
This I end up with nothing?
How about this? Every night when you get home from work, I'll scratch your back with a matchbook cover like you like.
Oh, Lois.
Oh.
Would you call me Big Rudy when you do it?
No.
I literally say that to my wife all the time. I'm sorry. It's just the
Oh,
references.
so is that what you're referring to when you said Rudy?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So it's like as if somebody was like, "Get back here! I'll scratch your back with a matchbook. Call you Big Rudy." I'm sorry. I know it seemed like a troll. I didn't want you to think like some weird stuff because.
Oh, okay.
100% a real dude and not weird at all.
All right.
Well, it all depends on what your criteria for weird is. But yeah, I appreciate you like taking the time to look at that and stuff.
Yeah, no worries.
Most people don't.
Well, at least now I know the context of what you're saying, because I did see I saw the movie Rudy, but I never saw that. I think I probably heard of that. I seen that episode. It looked familiar, but I didn't remember the reference.
Oh man, that had me laughing so hard because just Rudy in the movie, like his character is so needy, and I have quote unquote daddy issues, as my friends say, because I joke about the fact that I'm quote unquote the B word.
Oh.
And they I got 3,000 dad jokes about it and stuff, and so it just kind of works to my character, where I just I pretend to be Rudy and I need all this validation.
Ah, okay. Yeah, all right. So I get it.
So, what exactly is this you're working on here? This is the scene picker, or is this part of the game?
This is the game that I'm building. I'm building a football game, football like manager simulation game.
Yeah.
So this is like my playbook loader, and I've only got offensive plays in it right now, so these ones don't do anything. But these are all the plays that are available to the player that's logged in, which in this case is me. And then I have this is where my simulations are going to take place, where you pick the kind of play the game you're going to run, head to head, coaching mode, scrimmage, whatever. So you can pick the play. And I don't have the simulations functioning yet, so I don't have much going on there. And then I have my. Go ahead.
I already love the way it looks, though. I love the aesthetic.
Yeah, I decided, there's a lot of American football simulations out there or whatever, but they're all, unless they're NFL, like you can actually have a legitimate NFL license. It's like, what's the point? I mean, why do you have to have humans?
Do you remember a game called Mutant Football League for?
Yes, that's on Steam. I've seen it.
I loved the crap out. I had a Super Nintendo and all my friends had Segas. So like that game I don't think you could get on the Super Nintendo, so I'd be over their house constantly playing that game with them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a cool concept, but I think I don't know if how the mutant one works, but like I'm actually building this it's using real NFL stats to determine the skills of the players. So I'm going to be I actually already have uploaded the first year of what I'm working for my testing, but I'm building all the skills off of true stats. So I build formulas and stuff to determine, whether their hands and their tackling and their speed and all that stuff is based off of actual statistics. And then once I get those skills, there'll be a lot of skill checks and stuff that go on between the players to determine their success and failure on the field and whatever they're doing. So there's not going to be a whole bunch that goes along with their mutancy, but what that's going to be is their characters are going to look like their mascots of the rookie team that they were drafted by. So let's say the Broncos, who can't be in my game because I don't have any NFL licenses, are going to be, it's an anagram of the Denver Broncos, and it's going to be the V-born Scorned. And Scorned are like these imps or creatures. And so all of the players that were rookies by being drafted by the Denver Broncos will look like these imps or creatures. And
you'll physically be able to see the diversity.
yeah, they'll be fits. Yeah, the thing is too, when they get traded, you'll know what team they came from because they're going to be the same thing for the career of their time in the game, because it's always based on their rookie season. So even though I'll have all the players that in various stages of their career in the league, I will determine who their rookie state was, and that's what they will be. So even if you have all of the New England Patriots, say, which I can't remember what their team name is in this, I created all the names already, but whatever their character is, they could be players from multiple teams, because obviously it's not going to be all teams, all players drafted by the Patriots. They will be from other teams. So whatever you put together in the league will be what your team's made up of. And there will be various, I have different kind of features and functionality planned for like team cohesion, which is based on players that are from your same team. So if they were originally like the Patriots, they'll be in your team, even if they're different species for that season. They'll have their own cohesion. Same goes for any players that are of the same species. So you might have cohesions that kind of cross platforms, just because I thought that'd be kind of a cool extra thing. But there's a lot of little things that can have an effect on players. Like the hardest thing is rookies, right? Because you don't know really what their skill potential is and there's no stats for them. Right. So I built this formula. It kind of combines where they're drafted, how high they were drafted, and what their positions are, and try to determine potential ranges. And then you can put them in, and those potentials could have effect on how well they play. As a rookie, they're going to have a lot higher potentials. And then based on their success, some of that will start to kind of lock in for the season. So they can keep getting better as the season goes, as they lock in some of their successes. So it's a little bit of a gamble to play with rookies, but they could potentially gain a lot and end up being like a surprise star, like any rookie, right? Like you start any rookie in the NFL, you don't know what they're going to do. They could sink or swim. And that's kind of the idea I decided to build. They're going to come in, and I'm going to use their actual success and where they were drafted to determine a lot of what their potential is. And then when they get played, they may or may not succeed. And if they do, some of that locks in, so that there is actually a carryover from game to game as to how they're performing. It's like momentum is what I call it. And they can actually build that up as they play throughout the season. If they keep being successful, they'll get better and better as the season progresses. And then at the end of the season, like any player, you say you have a team that makes it to the Super Bowl, they do really, really good. You don't expect them to be like superstar at the beginning of the next season, but they're going to bring a little bit of what they gained coming into the next season. So whatever that rookie has, some of that will be saved into their actual permanent experience, and they're going to gain a set of skills based on how they performed, and that'll carry with them to the next season. They won't necessarily get their super season, but maybe with their potential the next season, they're starting at a higher level and they'll do better again, and they can improve as each season goes on. So that's kind of how I'm building it. I'm trying to get everybody to have a realistic chance, but I also want every player in my league. I don't want to make up players. A lot of games like this, they like to make up players. You know, it's like after the first season when you draft everybody after that is made up players. The game just decides we're going to randomly give you whatevers. And I'm actually thinking I just want to put a lot of players in from a lot of different seasons. Maybe not all of them, but if I can get 15 seasons in there will be, thousands of players in it just from that. And I can actually let people play with rookies and whatever, because they may do well. You never know how they'll do in this league, because there's no real guess as to how they'll perform.
I love randomization when you can do that on with code and stuff. My marijuana simulator game that I have uses that mechanic very well for naming the different strains.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because you never know how it's going to actually affect anything.
Yeah, I in my game it's about crossbreeding and purchasing and it's 100% a simulation, like a casual.
Yeah, you want with randomizations, you want guys to kind of perform like a lot of my skills and stats are based not only on their actual skills, but how that compares to the other players in the league. So I've got what I call modifiers or control values that could be adjusted over time, because maybe the best becomes better, and I have to set that so that everybody's within that same scale. And then when they go play, their percentages are based on how they rank against everybody else. So when they actually have a shot at, when there's skill checks against them versus someone else, there's a chance of failure and success, but it's supposed to be percentile wise similar to what the actual league does. So like if most tackles in the league, say on average, the first attempt at a tackle succeeds 80% of the time. Because I mean, reality is in the NFL, usually a tackle succeeds. I mean, if it didn't, there'd be scores all the time, right? So most tackles succeed on the first or second attempt. Somebody's going to get that tackle. So it's not that even a really good player only breaks so many tackles throughout the game. And they're actually starting to track that in later years of how many times a player actually breaks or slips a tackle. But it's not that many. I mean, of all the times a player could run 300 rushing plays and only evade 50 or 60 tackles throughout that time.
Wait. I have a player that completely breaks that whole notion though too. I'm only here so I don't get fined.
You're only here so you don't get fined?
You don't know who that is?
Are you talking about like players that don't put in the effort?
No, Marshawn Lynch. He's probably the best running back I've ever seen. Sadly.
Oh, well then you never watched Barry Sanders play.
Oh no. Well, he was before I got into football, unfortunately.
You can go on YouTube and watch a video on Barry Sanders and it'll blow your mind.
Yeah, the way he break tackles and I've seen like highlight clips of him, but I never got to see him like.
Oh yeah, no,
it
it
was.
was.
And watch a game and you're like, how the frick is this guy doing this?
Yeah, he just made people. He looked like he was playing with children. He just made guys fall all over the field. It was hilarious. He could run, but the thing is, sometimes his runs to the end zone would be an extra 40 yards just because of all of the way he's moving around.
Side to side,
yeah.
Just that he does not care if he's going straight at that end zone or if he's going from sideline to sideline. It's all the same to him.
It was crazy, yeah, because there's times he was known to have a lot of lost yard plays, but he offset that usually with all of his big yard gains because he was always breaking big plays. But yeah, he would run around. He never hit the hole if he didn't feel there was a hole there. He wasn't going to go through there. Well, the guys like Marshawn Lynch, who were big, bruiser kind of runners, they would hit the hole, but they would just knock people out of the way, right?
Right. That the dude Chubb, I think he recently tore his ACL, which is really sad. But that dude was. Every time Cincinnati would play the Pats, I was like, "Oh my God, please just hope." I just hope that he didn't injure anybody because he was that scary as a running back.
Yeah, there was been some big bruiser guys over the years who just barreled through people. There was the Pittsburgh running back. What was his name? Franco Harris, I think. He used to be amazing guy like that. He just barreled through, and he played for a long time too.
How much does size factor into these statistics as far as say your wide receiver just caught a pass and the cornerback that's guarding him is substantially bigger than he is?
Well, what it's going to come down to, the way I have it set up is it's based on their statistics of tackling versus being tackled. So a guy who doesn't get there's not that many attempts on tackles on him, he's going to have a lower tackle break or what is it? I forgot what the stat is called, but it's basically his slip tackle skill. I can't remember what I called it. But then there's also the tackle skill. So receivers and defenders, especially CBs, they kind of still match up according to who they are, because most receivers aren't huge, right? But if the big ones break more tackles, so they're going to have a higher break tackle skill. And then the smaller receivers don't make as many tackles because they're smaller, and therefore they're going to have a lower tackle skill, and it's going to actually offset. So most of these guys, their skills, their statistics will kind of reflect how they performed in games because of their size or their tackling or their evading or their running. So all that's going to kind of come through just in the fact that the people they're playing against versus what they are will have a statistical comparative. So I think it still kind of matches up. Now, as far as how players, I have some special abilities. I call them skill flashes that some players will have in the game that will kind of try to reflect how they played if I can figure that out, because some of the stats are pretty old and I won't remember. When you got 400 players or whatever to put into the game, they're not, I won't remember all of their ability, what they were good at. But some of the big name guys might have some skill flashes that are like, some guys might do a lot of sidestepping, slip tackle, because they're guys that didn't run downhill. Or one guy might be a bruiser because he's known for running harder. And what that does is it gives them slight edges at certain points in a play. Maybe not every play or every tackle attempt, but like maybe if it's the first hit, a guy might have a slight bump in his ability because he's good at making that first contact. And another guy's might be a big play. I have a feature on all of my players called the big play ability, big play potential. And that's like a little bonus that these guys get at the point at which a play might be considered kind of a big play, like a first down or a large gain or anything like that. They get a little bump in their skills, very small, that just kind of edges them hopefully towards a better chance of success in that scenario because they have this big play potential. And so it kind of helps some guys that are just like superstars maybe succeed a little bit more when it really matters. So those are all things that I've already kind of fleshed out some of that. And I'm hoping to start having some actual simulation stuff in the next few months to start seeing some of these things come to light. But it's going to be interesting. For me, the hardest part is going to be getting the graphics. I love doing the logic and the formulas and getting all that stuff to plug in, and I think that's all going to be fine. I just don't know how my graphics look because I'm not a graphics guy. So we'll see.
I guess it depends on what you want. I don't see. I usually code in Python. Like everything I've made is either Python or HTML. So my experience with game engines is pretty nil. But I can imagine with the right amount of animated sprites, you should actually have a pretty decent looking game. Are you trying to go 3D or are you trying to go 2D?
Honestly, I think I'm going to go 3D because when you have 24 2D guys, 22 2D guys on the field, potentially with some side guys as well, it's actually a huge load on a mobile device for 2D, especially if you want them to look good, right? If you're trying to make them kind of nice 2D, where they have a lot of like when they're moving around and turning and visual, you have a lot more sprites for each one. I mean, you can do like the 4 sprite version where it's just left, right, forward. But if you want more and more of that to make it fluid, to make it kind of look 3D-ish, because whenever they turn, you have every angle. Some people try to get like the full 360, which is insane. I don't know how they do that. What they do is they make a 3D model. There's a company that did this. Clash of Clans. They took 3D models and then they basically made 2D sprites at every degree of turn on their 3D model. So they basically had 360 degree worth of 2D models, 2D sprites in their game. So they look like they were 3D while being on the screen. I don't know how they did that. That would have been such a pain because you can only have so many motions, right? Because if your hand's up, then you got to have 360 of the hand up, and you got to have 360 of the hand down. And so if you're hammering, so it just seemed like a lot of work. I'm going to try for 3D, but I don't know if I can do it or not.
So check my stream real quick, and I'm going to show you. See this application right here? I'm going to run this, and you're going to see what it does, and you're going to go, wow.
Am I going to go, wow?
It's free, and you can get it yourself. You're like, it's been through a couple of updates. I haven't messed around with it in quite a while, so there might be some stuff that doesn't work. So just be prepared for that. But this thing, if you do you have a NVIDIA or do you have
yes,
AMD?
it's NVIDIA.
Okay, good. That's a start. Is
It's
it
actually a
over
3080.
Okay, I have a 3080 as well.
Yeah, I
Nice.
see that on your thing here, device card 3080.
Oh, this is how good my karma and Irish luck is. A friend of mine who was going for an 5080, he was very not confident he was going to get it, and I told him, I said, look, I'll stay up with you, I'll do whatever, so on or whatever, and I'll give you all the luck and all the prayer I can give you, and I promise you'll
Oh,
get
is he
it.
trying to get it like on eBay or something?
No, I think he got it from like the distributors when they like
Oh,
when they
because he was
launched it.
afraid they were going to sell out or something.
Oh, they did. Oh, trust me, they did. But he was able to get
5080,
one.
jeez.
Yeah, so he basically told me, he's like, well, I have another computer that I have that I want built out, but it's a server computer, and I currently have a 3080 in my computer, and it makes no sense to put that in a server computer. It's just overkill. And he's like, I know you have a 1650. Do you want to trade? And obviously, I'm not gonna be like, no. So
Jeez,
I'm like,
really?
yeah, yeah, and he traded it straight up, bro. Process
Wow.
GPU for GPU. Yeah, it's a good friend of mine. Wonderful guy, absolutely wonderful guy.
That's cool. I got my 3080 on I forgot what it is, 3080 TX or something like that. But I got it on eBay and I paid like 500 less than than it was going for. I got a pretty good. I'm always afraid though, we buy stuff on eBay, it says, well, it looks good. The guy has good ratings. I'll give it a go,
So,
see what happens and hope.
so
But
I'm
luckily
gonna.
it's great. I haven't had any problem. The thing is, I use it on a Surface Pro. I actually have
Okay.
an external
Yes.
GPU, and that's how I run all my stuff. I run it through an external GPU.
Got you. Makes sense. So I'm gonna try to explain to you what's kind of going on here. A friend of mine had shown me that I can go from one K sampler into another K sampler into another K sampler and another K sampler, and when you change the amount of denoise in each one, you'll get kind of different results. So what you see in green here is the first generation. That is the first thing it prints out. I can also, for this start generation, do a drawing or a currently existent picture. So say, for instance, you had a picture that you wanted to modify. It was already an existing one, but there was something you didn't like about it. You could put that picture in here, tell this what you want to change about it, and it will take that picture and it'll make it more like what you want. So right now, for examples here, I'm just going to zoom in so you can see a dragon, solid background, meaning there's not going to be anything in the background, black and white, thick lined coloring book style, full body. Now, I'm going to let you know that with these safe tensors, sometimes they do try to produce nudity, but there's nothing in my queue that says nudity. You can clearly,
Yeah.
okay, I'm just making it clear, and I'm also going to be zoomed out. So if anything like that does happen, it's not big enough where it's going to
But it sounds like, I mean, isn't
be
that
trouble.
kind of, you can do the same thing with Sora, right? I mean, isn't that what Sora does?
What, the picture thing?
Yeah.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'd be the last
Yeah.
person
Well,
to ask about
if you
that.
go to Sora.com and then just upload an image and go, I need this image, blah, 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 and it'll create a new thing of your image.
All right, it's finally going. Thank God. Okay, because like the other day I went and tried to like, because I'm doing this for like coloring book photos for my daughter, because I got a nice printer. I can just print her out page after page,
Oh,
and
that's cool.
it's pretty good at making black and white outline pictures and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah,
So,
that's a cool idea.
yep.
Now, the only problem with Sora, of course, is you only get like 6 a day.
Well, this is free and there's no token dependency. And when you see what this thing is capable of on the next thing I'm going to show you, you're going to go, okay, that's just not fair. Okay, so this is the dragon it drew
Okay.
for us. And this is what it's going to use to generate these three things. And as you can see, the denoise on this one is 80, 69, and the other one is 65. So as you can see, it is almost the same dragon, just in a different styling. And you'll probably get just about the same as you go through here. They'll start adding more and more details. And eventually what will happen, it'll look like a cracked background at the top one. Reason I do this, and also these are not being saved. If I want them, if I want to use these images, I just right click them and save them and they're done. But this just sends them off into oblivion if you don't use them, which is nice because it doesn't clutter up your computer with 3,000 images you're never going to use.
All right. Yeah.
So we'll just, for example, we'll save this thing, right? And where is that? That's downloads now. We'll go into Lazzy's really where I put most of my stuff, and we'll call this one 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. So it gets right up into the top of the list. And now we go and we do my other thing. Now this is where things get really nuts. Because most people they know there's websites for this, but they don't know that they can do this on their own with that and have a tuned version of what they see online. We'll
What is this,
put an
creating
auto.
2D sprites?
Well, so this is an image generator like you saw, just a more basic one. This is only the first step. It doesn't have the extra steps to it. And I can link that directly into what this is. Now, this is a 3D modeling tool. So what I can do is I can come in here and I can put that image that we just made, wherever the hell it went. Let me know if you see the dragon. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I've
So
been
this is
using Trippo for my turning things into 3D models.
Oh, just wait until you see the beauty of this freaking thing.
Right?
I really, really, really hope.
See, my biggest problem I've had with some of these 3D modeling processes is like if you have external things like wings in the back, depending on what they are and how they're set, these things have a hard time deciding where those wings go.
Oh yeah, and then like things having tails that don't have tails.
Yeah,
What
they
is
don't
with that? Like, yeah.
They don't attach right or whatever. They're like floating off in space. It's like, no, just connect it, man.
So this is a good representation of what the AI is seeing. So it gives you kind of an idea of what you're going to wind up with. So here's the first thing that comes into it, and it starts to just develop a general mesh. And then it runs down here into the decoder and makes that general mesh into a detailed mesh. And then I'm pretty sure this is post-processing, turning it into tri-mesh, and then this is your output right here.
Huh.
So what we're going to see here is going to be a non-colored version of this dragon. But wait, there's more with the slap and chop. give me 1 second. I'm gonna go quickly make my daughter a milk, but I'll leave it like this so you can at least see the model that's gonna come out of this, and I'll be right back.
Right.
I'm back. Okay, and we have a dragon. And as you said, you are 100% correct. The wings are not connected. Used to this, kind of a normal thing. But I also have a friend of mine who's actually really, really good at like messing around with like 3D models and stuff like that. He'd easily be able to delete all of this stuff and attach these wings to the dragon.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
What, one of those friends?
Friends that know how to do 3D modeling crap.
It's Blender practice, really, is all it is. You just gotta
Blender is not a fun app to work in. I've been playing with Blender, and it's like, I just yeah.
So what it did was it took the color, it delighted the image so it doesn't have any kind of shading or any of that kind of stuff.
Right.
And it's going to take all of this and it's going to mock up some paint. And these are actually Blender asset things right here that it's going to make. This is a Blender bake. This is the vertex in painting and full painting right there. So these two combine to make this, and then that's what's applied to the model that's going to be up here.
Oh, so it's taking the model and taking it to the next phase.
Yes. But what you were talking about happens here. And what's cool about this is you can adjust these coordinates here and get as many angles of this as you want. So you could essentially skip the coloring process and only worry about just making these images like this. And when you come down here, it makes them all color. So like, you know what I mean? You don't lose anything here.
Yeah, see, that's the other thing, trying to figure out how, because again, I'm not a graphics guy and I've never spent any time in Unity or any of these things ever until now. And doing the shaders to start changing colors and changing uniforms, that's going to be fun.
Yeah,
Another thing I've got to come up with.
So right here is the camera elevation, and you know what an azimuth is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's just your horizontal rotation, and these are the weights. That's the camera's zoom. There's a general camera distance, and then there's a modifier right here, basically. That I've tweaked and messed around with this thing so much that I've gotten pretty decent with it. And there you go. There's your painted dragon.
It's kind of funny how it put part of his wing as part of his back.
Yeah. I mean, we went with a cartoon image. We didn't go with anything that had any like major stick out details. And there is a way to do this. I don't know if on your program you're talking about, they have you can do 4 different angles, sometimes even more.
See, that's the thing. What I've done that with Sora, where I like, okay, give me this guy, and I say, give me a front and back view. This way, and a lot of times, you know, Sora can usually make it because it knows it's trying to draw a picture, so it actually puts it together right. But the thing is, I don't know how you would make that into like if I took it to Trippo and modeled it, I'd be like, well, that doesn't help me any because I have to model the back view and the front view separately. That doesn't really help me. It's like I may have a good view, but it doesn't, you can't like give it 2 images and say, okay, combine these into a single model. That would be cool if you could, then it can look at the back and the front and know that it's dealing with the same model. But I don't think there's any tool that I'm aware of that can combine 2 models like that. That would make it a lot better at making models if it could.
I agree. But yeah,
that's a cool little skeleton you got there.
Right. Yeah, I was messing around with animations on another website, and hotpot.ai is what made this.
And then, yeah, animations. Oh, see, that's another thing I'm not looking forward to because that is a time-consuming process too, man. Trying to add your skeletons to everybody and trying to make sure that they move. Luckily, most of the characters I have similar body structures. So, at least all of my 2D versions of them all do. And so I should be pretty good at using similar animations, but I still have to create all the animations, which is, you know, trying to make that look right. Because I don't know how many animations I'm going to have. I was complaining earlier on this stream about how people complain about Madden. You know, oh, it doesn't do this or it doesn't do, I'm talking about visually speaking. And I'm like, dude, you don't know what you got, man. I am amazed by Madden. It is like the most amazing football game visually. I don't know about, I mean, its back end isn't that great, but it's visual. It's beyond anything out there, right? I mean, there's no football game comes close to Madden visually, in my opinion. And the things that they nitpick about, you know, how these guys kind of like, it looks a little weird when maybe they fall down or they slide every now and then. I'm like, you don't know how complex the stuff they're doing is to be as realistic as it is on 95% of everything in that game. And you have to be somebody who works in graphics to understand what they've accomplished. Now, granted, they've got how many hundreds of developers building this thing all the time, and how many years have they spent getting it to that point. But then these guys on YouTube, I just want to yell at them how they complain about these dumbest little things. It's like, I want to see you do better, guy. I want you to make a 2D guy and just draw a guy that looks better than that.
And you also got to take into consideration too that it's not just the animations; it's the fact that the camera moves certain ways, and like there's so much more to it than just a simple what you think you're looking at kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just having these guys move in a natural way, the way they have to fall and turn and block and respond and just look natural. And there's got to be tens of thousands of animations in their game because of all the different possible ways these guys fall and turn. And they even got custom animations for specific players. And I'm like, that is so far beyond anything. And yeah, it probably has a few bugs, but you don't understand what's in these games, man.
So when you're thinking simulator and stuff like that, it almost screams top down, and that's kind of my area of like what I like to make. This is my top down that I'm working on right now. It's basically going to be a top down clone of the game Raft. I don't know if you've ever played Raft before, but essentially you're on this raft and you have this hook and you're just like grabbing trash in the ocean and
Oh,
using it
okay.
to craft stuff.
So yeah,
and
my
then
simulation is going to be probably top down-ish, where you'll probably be like at 45-degree angle or something of that nature, where you're looking at the game, but kind of like the same angle you would be looking at a real football game if you're watching it on TV.
Well, that's kind of one of the things that was going on about with it is like if you were to get like too carried away, it's easy to make things harder on yourself. Whereas like a friend of mine was building this like it's sort of like a tower defensey kind of thing. And the way he was testing it was, well, let me put as many mobs as I possibly can to stress test my thing and make sure that it will perform the way it needs to perform come crunch time. And the way he was doing that was he was just massively overloading it with as many, things as he possibly could. And yeah, so he wound up finding out that it's easier to just make one thing and then just use it for everything in different ways. It's like that copy paste kind of thing. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. My daughter's kind of up my butt. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Nope, you had an accident. Let's go. Come on. Come on, off my bed. Come on, let's go. I know we gotta go fix your accident.
Okay, well, that said, I was working on my game plan here. I've got it built. I've got all the parts in place. As you can see, I've got some errors though, and I've got to work through those. However, it's 6:30 my time, and I need to go eat some dinner and do my evening hangout with my wife bit until for a couple of hours. I will be back. I'm gonna take a break. I probably won't be back though for a couple of hours. I usually work on Monday nights till about 11:30 my time. So that means I will be working until I'll probably be back about 9:30 and working until about 11:30 for a couple more hours. I'll hopefully get this working. I just need it now to load. I've got all the parts. You can see it's trying to call my API here to get the data. So obviously it's failing. That's probably because it's not running. That would probably be crucial. I should probably turn on the services in the back end because that would probably give it a much better chance of working. But I will try that when I come back. Once I get all the services loaded, hopefully we can get through all of these bits and we can see if we can get some game plan data loaded. I already know that game plan data does work because it works in the React UI, and that's doesn't have any problems there. So I know the data is good. We'll get that loaded. Then it'll just be a matter of moving on to the next thing. Again, I need to start adding more options. I need to start putting defense stuff. And the special teams game plans are different. They don't work in the same way. The situations aren't quite the same. But special teams are like what you're going to do. It's really not special teams, like special scenarios where you're going to decide, do you do an onside kick in certain situations? Do you do 2-point conversions in certain situations? What do you call heads or tails at the beginning of the game? You got to decide if you want to pick. What do you prefer? Maybe what's the time limit for going for a field goal or the touchdown at the end of a game? All these really kind of niche situations that only happen, and that's kind of where you would go in and set your preferred values for the key elements. Like when do you call timeouts? What kind of Maybe you even have challenge scenarios where you like to call challenges if the chance of success is X or Y or Z. Because every one of the challenge scenarios that come up, there may be times when it's got a small chance of success, and some have a little bit more chance of success. And that's based on just how far off things are, because the placement of the ball and certain events can be challenged in the game, and it'll give you the opportunity to make a decision. Do you want to challenge this or not? But until then, when we get more and more in place, I am going to be signing off. Until next time, God bless.